TRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Housekeeping. I'm going to need 2 more mattresses for the rest of the night up here.
Hello, Drake Hotel Housekeeping. How may I help you? I see you're calling from the penthouse suite. What can I do for you, Miss, the girl?
Well, this is actually the guy that's blasting her up here.
Right.
You're going to hear about me. I'm going to be world famous in a minute.
Right.
But
you're supposed to tell them you're on B96.
I'm on B96. I'm a really big deal.
Yeah, okay.
And
yeah.
we've already soaked through one of your mattresses up here. It's ruined. You're going to have to burn it. But I'm going to need about 2 or 3 more before the end of the night. So if you can just have somebody bring them up and put them outside the door.
Just stack them outside the door.
Just stack them right outside. I'll bring them in.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
It takes me a minute to let me get on all the platforms that we are currently on.
All 4 of them.
Visually. 4 now, 7 to 10 in a couple weeks. We're going to get on some stuff that you never even heard of. Great. Perfect. Let me go here like that. This is the YouTube deal. YouTube's very important to me right now. Only 1,804 away from that infamous 100,000. And with that, you get like that little like that little wall plaque the
silver play button,
aluminum / silver play button. That I think the awards come at what 100,000, and then the next one's $1 million.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
we'll probably, to be honest with you, never make it to $1 million. I'll probably die before we get to the
No.
You think we'll make?
Yeah. It's inevitable. Because as you keep growing, you grow faster.
Okay.
It becomes exponential. It's really hard to go from 1,000 to 2,000, but to go from 100,000 to 200,000 is easier.
I don't know. Yes, Bill O'Reilly today. What is that, 9:15, 8:30, 8:45?
Yep.
Let me write that down so I have it written down in a Sharpie so I don't miss it, so I can adjust 8:45, Bill O. Perfect. You really think that this show will still be together? I'll still be alive doing a daily show when we hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube?
I sure do.
Man, that's far more optimistic than me, my friend.
Well, I like to wake up with the cup half full.
Let me, I got to tell you, I'm gonna have to. I know Brian said it would be okay, but I'm gonna have to consult with Tom Bean and maybe Jay.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Kevin. I don't know. I might have the whole legal posse circle their wagons around because at 6 million downloads, which we're only about 100,000 downloads away from hitting our 6th millionth podcast download. I was going to talk about in July of '89 in Chicago. There was a famous top 40 singer that I blasted. And did I blast? Boy, I mean, it was one of my really good performances to the point where, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, ruining mattresses and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, at 6 million, I was going to maybe kind of get into some of the details about that. Everybody's speculating as to who it is and all that. And I was going to actually lay it all out for my 6 millionth download. But then I see articles like this. Second woman sues Aerosmith Steven Tyler for sexual assault. So what happens when I get on the air and be like, yeah, I had such and such and met her backstage and blah, blah, blah. Then we went down to Chicago. It was I met her at the Drake and I blasted her and, like from 3:30 to like 5:30. And then I left and I never got a number from her or nothing. Like, it was something like that. And, maybe some details on the blasting,
Well, Steven Tyler's worth $150 million.
Oh, okay.
But
I don't know if Bubba Clem is worth $150 million.
No, not even. Please, I'm not even worth the tax.
Then I think
I'm not
you're
even worth
just
the tax
going
on
to be
that.
just fine.
I think Steven Tyler's big thing is because the girl was underage.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
That's what the big thing is.
He's got a few of those on his
Oh,
record.
man. That he sends a guy like Steve over there to the girl's house and cuts a Mr. Wolf type deal.
How underage were they?
Dan, isn't that how this usually works?
That's how I'd handle it.
No, but that's how, like,
Often.
he sends a Steve. Steve gets with the family,
NDA.
NDA times 50.
Mm-hmm.
An NDA plus, an NDA, and then, whatever. And then, boom, write a check. And it goes away. They can't ever talk about it. They can't cooperate with the authorities. They can't do nothing. My name's Bennett, and I ain't in it. And then I don't think that the authorities can really do anything. If,
They did to Bill Cosby.
Yeah, that's true.
But listen, you didn't rape anybody.
He got out. Bill Cosby got out.
Yeah,
That's
well,
true.
He's well liked by the entire country and African American.
I got to tell you, I think that he really got one over on the system because I think he really drugged a lot of women and did a lot of women dirty.
It was his MO.
He's the OJ of date rape.
Yeah, he is. And I don't understand how he. Wasn't it like a procedural thing that they got? That is.
Yeah,
It wasn't. It was like a procedural thing, wasn't it, Anna?
Like he had signed something before that allowed him to, like, he couldn't have been charged.
Right.
It was weird, but he was in prison for like 2 or 3 years and then got out.
I think what happened, and just as off the top
But you're
of my
right,
head,
it was just a procedural.
I think off the top of my
legality.
head, the prosecuting attorney that he was talking to about cutting a deal had then got beat in the election. And the new guy came in and said,
No deal for you.
I don't care what deal that Jimmy
Right, they didn't honor it.
ousted Jimmy wanted, but we're going to go ahead and try you. And they tried him and found him guilty. And then they came up with some case law that, like, his lawyers, his real smart lawyers came up with some case law that showed, like, if you and Indeed had entered into a deal and blah, blah,
I
blah.
think you're right. They
Yeah.
didn't honor it, and then they realized that was unconstitutional, so they let him out.
Yeah.
Right.
Meanwhile, he raped 75 chicks.
Yeah, well, it happens.
I mean, he would get them. I think, Dan, what would be, like, when you were rolling hard in the 70s and the 80s, what would you put in a girl's drink that would get them,
I'm just like, GHB.
Well, in the 70s, they put Rufinol. In the 80s, there wasn't much to put in there. And in the late 90s, they were putting GHB, that renutrient stuff.
Well, we
Right.
talked about that.
Yeah, I had that.
That definitely makes people, completely helpless.
Well, I didn't have sex with the chick that was on GHB with me. I was just trying to keep her alive.
She was of age, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was she like plastered drunk?
Yes. and she was GHB. And the minute we get into my house, take off all our clothes,
This is the famous one, or is
the one? This is the one I called you on.
Oh, I'm not
Spring
talking,
Hill.
dude. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your surprise.
The famous celebrity at the time in 1989 that I blasted in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
She was not inebriated or drunk at all,
or underage,
or no, not underage at all. I think she's my. Honest to God, I think she's my age.
Okay, so I'd let it rip. It's factual. It wasn't rape. It wasn't statutory
All
rape.
right.
And it was truthful.
I need to hear
and
it
was
from Jay.
30 years ago.
Once I hear it from Jay, then I got Brian, you, and Jay. And let's just be honest, intellectually, you three don't agree on nothing.
Nope.
Right?
Brian said, okay.
Yeah, Brian said the same thing you did. She was of age. She willfully participated in it. She didn't file any charges or anything like that. She, blah, blah. And you're not worth, you can barely make rent here.
Right.
You don't even own the
I think
building.
that insulates you, your poorness.
Yeah, when she, let me see. Hey, Alexa, how much is Bubba the Love Sponge worth? Because she's going to ask that question.
Estimated $4 million.
Wow, Bubba, good job.
Hold on, let me get it again so we make sure she says my name and I just wasn't saying somebody's name and clipped it off. Hey, Alexa, how much is Bubba the Love Sponge worth? I just talked.
That's correct.
Yeah, you're right.
That is
Nothing.
correct.
Silence.
she nailed it.
Bing has $8 million.
Yeah, whatever.
dang.
That shows you just how
rich,
flawed
bitch.
you are on Lummy.
Oh, of
Lummy
course.
Bing. That should right there just shows you how bad Lummy Bing really
This is wealthypersons.com.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa, how much is Bubba the Love Sponge worth?
Bubba the Love Sponge is worth an estimated $4 million.
Yeah, she's gonna do that and be like, please.
I think this thing has everything else right on you.
What do you mean?
I just sent it to you. They have like a whole bio on you.
Who does?
This wealthypersons.com that says you're worth $8 million. Net worth in 2023. Last updated November 2023.
There's something you're not telling us.
Yeah.
No,
He has $8
That
million.
you're rich as F.
Rich as F.
Well,
please.
8 million's pretty good. Pretty
Bubba the
strong.
Love Sponge, net worth, age, height, weight, wife,
I mean, her
kids.
net worth isn't that much higher than yours.
Bubba the Love Sponge Clam, 57 years old, born April 23rd, 1966, Warsaw, Indiana, American. Height, 1.78 meters. Dan, what is that?
That's about 5'10".
Okay. 90 kilograms.
6'2".
What's 90 kilograms?
About 195.
All right, Bubba.
They're way off.
You're looking good.
Wait, they said 90?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dan, what's 275 kilograms?
Oh, it's about 130 kilograms.
So that's what they should have said. 130 kilograms. Sexual orientation, straight. Marital status, divorce. Wife, Heather Clem, from 07 to 12. Children, yes, Tyler, who hates him. Dating, girlfriend, not available. Profession, American radio personality and businessman.
You're a businessman.
Net worth, $8 million. Last updated, like
2 days ago.
Bubba the Love Sponge is a man whose life is full of so much controversy. He got fired from several stations for saying sexual and racist comments. Well, I never got fired for racist stuff.
No.
They just threw that in there.
Yeah, that's not cool.
No.
He also doubles as an actor.
All right.
Oh, well, hold on.
Wow.
He
Who's
is
this guy?
He is of
He's
American.
198.
Yeah.
5'10".
Bubba the Love Sponge is a radio host of the show, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. The show has been able to gain so much following, such that it has become his integral identity.
Integral.
The show has been able to gain so much following, such that it has become his integral identity.
That means you are the character.
Very few people know his real name.
His real name is Bubba the Love Sponge Clem, dumbasses.
Well, yeah.
Birth
People
name.
always try to get me on a technicality, and it really, you know what? When people walk up to me and be like, "Hey, Todd," it just screams, not me. You are a douchebag.
Yep.
Because you're like trying to act like you know something that nobody else knows.
Unless it's a childhood friend that knew you no other way.
Yeah, unless it was a kid that
Indiana.
I went to, Madison Elementary and middle school with, because I was Bubba. I started Bubba in 9th grade. That's when I started being Bubba. Is in 9th grade. Doug Hutzel, our wrestling coach, named me Bubba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was his nickname?
Yeah. No, no, it's my nickname for me.
That's what I'm saying. That was his nickname for you.
Yeah. So up until 1980, I was just Clem. They called you by your last name.
Always.
They always called you by your last name in sports. Yep. Clem. Not Todd. Todd Clem. Todd Allen Clem. No. Todd Allen Clem. What a nerd-sounding name. So and they just call you Clem. Clem. Jesus, why are you always last? My God, Clem. Everybody look at Clem. Look at Clem. Everybody give us 10 push-ups because Clem's last again. I'd be like, I don't.
Clem.
Poor Clem. His name was Clem. Maybe you know about Bubba the Love Sponge very well, but do you know how old and how tall he is and what his worth is in 2023? If you do not know, we have prepared the article about the details of Bubba the Love Sponge's short biography, wiki, career, professional life, personal life, today's net worth, age, height, weight, and much more. Well, if you're ready, let's start. Okay, let's do it. Bubba the Love Sponge was born in 1966 on April 23rd. He was born in Warsaw, Indiana, the United States of America. His mother's name was Jane Edmond. Well, no, my mom's name at the time I was born was Jane Clem. She'd married my dad in November before I came. Think about it. I was an April baby. That means they blasted when? Dan, subtract 9 months.
Summertime.
Yeah, like July.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So, but my mom and dad didn't get married till November. That's what they called back in the day a shotgun wedding. You got the girl knocked up and you had to marry her. That's just like how it was. Like, that's just how it was. Like, if you got a girl pregnant, you had to marry her. Even if you hated her and she hated you. Upon till now, the details of his father remain scanty. After he was born, his mother named him Todd Allen Clem. Hold on. My dad was in my life clear up until I was 16 years. Like, my dad lived, we were a family unit. Me, my sister, my dad, and my mom, clear up until, until I was 16. So, like it insinuates here that my mom raised me. That's right?
Yeah, it does.
Like a single parent.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not true. However, in the year 1999, he legally changed his name. His mom named him Todd Allen Clem, which is true. I guess my dad had something to do with it too, maybe. But in the year 1999, he legally changed his name to Bubba the Love Sponge. True. Because I was running for sheriff of 2000, and I wanted my name to appear on the ballot. It's Bubba the Love Sponge Clem.
Nice.
This name got coined from a show he hosted, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. He got married twice. The most recent was to Heather Clem. That took place at the First Baptist Church in St. Petersburg. He later filed for divorce on September 5th in the year of 2011. It is interesting to note the details of his first marriage remain confidential. It seems he is a secretive person when it comes to personal matters. Oh, really? That could have fooled me. I got this sex tape out that ruined my life. It seems it even addresses that. He has been a man of controversies. In the year 2012, he filmed his wife having sex with Hulk Hogan. Imagine that. He got sued for releasing the video clip of, right there, Dan. That's what most of the world knows about me and the sex tape.
Which is BS.
But it seems he's a very secretive person when it comes to his personal matters. He's been a man of a lot of controversies. In the year 2012, he filmed his wife having sex with Hulk Hogan. Okay, check. I gotta at least admit to that, right?
Yep.
I did that. My home surveillance system called. Yeah, I got it. He filmed his wife having sex with Hulk Hogan. He got sued for releasing the videotape in the year 2000. No, I didn't.
That's inaccurate.
But that's what
the world thinks.
The average person thinks.
Right. Especially when it's propagated like this on the internet.
That's all it's propagated. Bubba landed his first job in 1996 what? 1996? I started in 1986. Bubba landed his first job in 1996 after 98 Rock hired him. No, I'd been to the Power. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He used the host.
Maybe it's the first job in the Tampa Bay area.
I don't know. He used to host the show dubbed Bubba the Love Sponge from his facility in Tampa. The show got syndicated for the first time in January of 2001. The show continued to air in various parts of across Jacksonville, Hartford, Orlando, among others. This is the show that builds him as a brand. In the year 2008, Bubba went on and hosted a morning show at a radio station by the name of The Bone. He hosted it from 2008. It was rated #1 in his hometown, and it became his marketing point in Tampa. In the same year, he produced a DVD that was dubbed Bubba Raw 1, and it had appearances and performance of various celebrities. In 2010, he signed a contract with Total Nonstop Action Wrestling as one of the backstage interviewers. In 2011, he created an internet show in which he hosted on Radio I.O. The show contained various programming segments. Every time he came up with the show, it always received an excellent response.
That's positive.
All right. He continued to experience various legal battles. He got served with a legal notice by the FCC for airing content about sex and drugs. He got fired from Clear Channel in that year, and he got sued for abusing a boar. That's what it says.
It sounds like you were sexually abusing a boar.
Hold on, but
He's fondling him.
What it should say is he got acquitted after being arrested for abusing a boar.
Yeah, that's not like the boar sued you. Like, I got mental anguish.
His talent enabled him to be able to create various shows that always received a warm reception among people, despite the controversy. He made a name for himself. As of November 2023, Bubba has a net worth of $8 million. His primary source of wealth has gotten created from his career in radio. He continues to rule the radio waves. Bubba is the king of controversy as well as the ruler of the radio waves in the entertainment industry. He has been able to appear on the front pages of several magazines. That was, you know what, this is all AI generated.
Uncle Eric, 50 on the Cash App.
Some of it's cool, but some of it is exactly the stigma that I'm trying to fight. Like Americana or the world. Like if this girl that I blasted that was famous back in 1989, if she was to Google, she hears the fact that I finally talked about it, and she Googles me. She doesn't know who the hell I am. And we haven't kept in touch. It was a 2-hour deal at best.
She'll be douching with bleach.
Well,
probably the best she's ever had.
But what I'm saying is when she looks me up, she's going to look me up.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to see this.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it ain't cool.
Mm-mm.
I mean, like the average person thinks that I taped Hogan, blasted my wife, which I did, but that's where it stops. And I then released the videotape. Now, the releasing of the videotape is kind of really, really pretty, important. It's nearly as egregious as taping it, and nobody would have ever known about it if I had just taped it.
Well, first of all, taping it wasn't the crime. Releasing it after stealing it and extorting people was the crime.
Right, but nobody knows about that now.
Mm-mm.
Nobody. It never says anything about that because that was quietly settled.
So, you still got Polaroids of the girl?
I got what?
Polaroids of the girl?
No. I didn't. I never had Polaroids of her, Dan. I didn't roll around with I wasn't Bubba Gene Simmons rolling around with a Polaroid.
You gotta shake it.
Not only that, Dan, you might have been able to pull off the Polaroid Willie, but you just had to have. I don't know. I mean, listen, I had some good radio swag and some good gift of gab. It's probably why I got the hot ass that I did. But Dan, I couldn't, I couldn't whip out a Polaroid like you. That's You're the kind of guy that, you want to take your shirt off with the lights on. I want to take my shirt off with the lights off.
I'm not telling you to take selfies with a Polaroid. I'm just talking about like at the time.
I'm just saying, even a girl to kick out wide and give you a Polaroid. They were, that was a different time and era. Only you and Gene Simmons had that kind of swagger. I was just lucky to be I was just lucky to be getting some ass.
To be there.
That flash bar is kind of cumbersome in your pocket.
8:45, Bill O'Reilly today. We're 1,804 people away from hitting our 100,000th subscriber on YouTube. So,
his book, Killing the Witches, is interesting. I've been reading it.
I That's what we're going to talk about. I got a little bit of an overview on it as well. I'm going to ask him some questions. Well, maybe you'll be here to ask some questions.
No, I think I'll be here.
No, are you reading it?
Yes. Lummi told me about it a couple days ago, and I tried to order it online, but it would have taken until Friday to get here, so then I did it digitally, and so I've been reading it. It's frightening, the hysteria associated with these early American colonies and how stiff they were with religion versus, real law. So I think, there's some interesting questions to ask them. And one of the biggest one is...
I mean, did our legal system have any types of resemblance of what we have now as far as checks and balances? Or was it, hey, this pastor or preacher or judge or somebody important feels as if you're a witch because you're weird... And you really are is weird. Okay,
it was pre-country, right?
Right, and
1600s.
so we're going to now, have the Salem witch trials, and they killed hundreds, didn't they?
They killed a lot of people.
Women,
yeah.
And it was just because like Anna,
like the
for
crops
instance.
would die or something.
Anna, for instance, she's weird. She's not normal.
Definitely a witch. Burn her at the stake alive. Then draw and quarter her. And feed her entrails to the dogs.
And she wasn't really guilty of anything. She wasn't guilty of anything. Like, I don't think that she had a big pot full of, human skulls, and she was doing up some witch's brew and putting spells on people and doing witchy type deals. She just dressed a little bit different and didn't, she was just a little off.
But she was playing with the dreidel, and that's a Satan's toy.
And so... Would they yoke you up, Dan, and just take you to the stockade?
You'd have like a 10-minute trial to make your case, and then they'd be like, "Yeah, no, that one's guilty."
First of all, they replicated their legal system based on England's legal system, and so you had to be accused. You had to be able to face your accuser, and they had a jury of 18 people. The problem was that people were rubes, uneducated, easily persuaded, and they all feared for the governor / king / priest in charge of the or minister in charge, pastor in charge of the area.
So it's just a big ass-kissing afraid fest.
Yes, just like the grand juries are.
Yeah.
It's kind of like today's grand jury, because today's grand jury you have 18 or sometimes 24 people, and they sit there and they're there for literally a year. I have a friend that's doing a grand jury duty, and every Wednesday has to go, and they listen
for how long?
For like 3 or 4 hours, and so she has to listen to the prosecutor present his case, or the state attorney it's federal. The federal prosecutor state his case, and then after a while they start liking the guy, they know the guy, and everything he says they just
go with him.
To go with them, exactly, and that's why the grand juries can convict a ham sandwich, and they can convict anybody of being a witch.
Well, so...
And weren't you guilty until proven innocent?
Yeah.
Like, you had to prove you were not a witch?
No, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Still, even then?
Yes, back then. It's part of the Magna Carta. And the problem was that if you admitted to being a witch, you were spared. But if you denied it, you were tortured and killed.
If you admitted to being a witch, you were spared, but would they still punish you? Like,
tar in jail for a while.
Like, yeah, I'm a witch. Like, okay, you're going to be in the stockade for, 6-7 months.
They wouldn't put you in the stockade for 6 or 7 months. The stockade is more of a day thing and more for shaming. Like if you like caught outside drunk or something like that,
right.
They put you in the stockade to everyone spit on you and throw eggs at you.
For real?
Oh, dude, I'd be
taking inventory too of who's all doing this to me. I'm like, I swear to God, I'm going to come.
And they had people run the gauntlet, and back in the day, going through the gauntlet was people would hit you as you walk through a line with their rifle butts.
Oh,
they were Americans,
and the judge would hand this down. I'm going to tell you right now, you are sentenced to one gauntlet.
Yep.
And you get to run through this big line, and everybody would smack you on the ass.
They do that when you get a new belt in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, but they're whipping you with their thingies, which is, again, weird.
Yeah.
Witches, weird.
What were the crimes that you usually would get for a gauntlet?
Like I said, like public intoxication.
That's it?
Something like that.
Oh, I'd be screwed.
You get a gauntlet every day.
Exactly.
You're public
call it the Lummi.
Lummi, you're public intoxed, more than you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
Lummy just would be an outsider. Like, he wouldn't really be talking to any of the important, city fathers or anything like that. He would just be a common laborer that tried to stay off their radar. You know what I'm saying, Lummy? You'd be like a big dumb guy.
Yeah, just out on the outside.
But there were a lot of people that, if you were...
Because you never can hurt the big dumb guy.
Oh,
you need him.
Yeah.
Were you saying, Danny? I'm sorry.
The problem was that poverty put you into indebted servitude. And so at the time, they had black slaves, they had white slaves, they had all kinds of slaves, because as soon as you owed someone money and couldn't pay them, or you died, or sometime if you were a woman and you died without any kind of money, or your husband died and you owed money,
I'm getting gauntlet.
You were bought and sold.
Yeah.
They were bought and sold, and so it was black, white. It didn't matter. It was poverty. So they did have some African slaves there, and interestingly, one of the African slaves who was accused of being a witch ratted out like 50 people, 100 people. And before you knew it, this woman who was accused of being a witch and was practicing voodoo, was actually practicing witchcraft type stuff, caused the death of at least 20, 30 people.
The post-second woman sues Aerosmith Steven Tyler for sexual assault. Appeared first... I don't understand what this is. Is this an album? Conscious? A second woman. I don't know. A second woman has alleged that Aerosmith frontman Steven Tyler assaulted her when she was a teenager, per her lawsuit filed in New York on Thursday, just yesterday. By the way, Lummy, yesterday in after hours trading, John Kostika, $100.
Thank you, John Kostika.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Thank you so much, John Kostika. Might be P1 right now for this year.
Yes.
She, as reported by the Rolling Stone, the allegations stem from two apparent encounters on the same day in the summer of 75.
Jesus
in the
Christ,
summer of
dude.
75.
Freaking years ago, dude. 50 years ago, and this woman just now comes forward. Are you kidding me? How can anyone assess the validity of a claim from 48 years ago? How can anyone assess the facts of the case from 48 years ago? This is unconscionable. People should not be allowed to bring a case like this from the prehistoric times when TVs were still black and white.
Plaintiff Janine Bellarino, a former child model who was 17 at the time, is seeking unspecific damages in the suit, which lists gender-motivated violence.
What is that?
As the cause of action. Gender-motivated violence.
Never heard that 3 words together.
That's weird.
Hey, Alexa, what is gender-motivated violence?
Here is an answer from an Alexa Answers contributor that I translated. The expression gender violence indicates all those forms of violence, from psychological and physical to corporeal violence, from the persecuting acts of so-called stalking to schro, up to taking the life of a woman, people discriminated against based on their sex orientation.
Seems pretty vague. Seems like you just put that with every sex deal.
Right.
In the suit, Bellino alleged that she first met Tyler, who was 27 at the time, via a friend who had arranged them to meet Aerosmith at the Warwick Hotel following a Manhattan fashion show that Bellino was working. From there, Bellino, her friend, and Tyler, and members of his entourage began walking down 6th Avenue together. At that point, Bellino claims that she asked the singer about a song lyric, and that he became frustrated with Bellino, frustrated and forced her into a nearby phone booth. Oh, the good old phone booths.
Superman.
Man, the phone booths were cool. Sometimes you could just go in there and just like sit down and hang out, act like you were talking on the phone and stuff. And tell me right now, Lummy, you probably weren't young enough, but Dan, we always checked the coin hopper in the phone to see if it was a quarter.
You have to. It's like flipping the mailbox thing down twice to make sure your letter goes away. You can't help it.
The lawsuit states that while holding her captive, Tyler stuck his tongue down her throat and put his hands upon her body, her breasts, her buttocks, and her genitals, moving and removing clothing and pinning her against the wall of the phone booth. As Tyler was mauling and groping the plaintiff, he was humping her, pretending to have sex with the plaintiff. Others stood outside the phone booth laughing, and a passerby watched and witnessed. Nobody in the entourage intervened. The suit states that Tyler's penis was erect. And it was evident to her as he was rubbing it against her, and that he was not wearing any underwear. and wearing thin pants. She eventually managed to run out of the phone booth in shock and fear. She further alleges that the entourage watched, laughed, and did nothing to intercede, and that she stayed with Tyler and the group because she was relying on her friend for transportation. So Steven Tyler puts you in a phone booth in 75, grabs your vagina, and, has this, you can see his penis. You can't see it, but you can feel it. You can determine that it's erect, and it's not cool, okay? It's not cool. You probably, it's not cool. But at that point, man, you've got to break away from the crowd and tell somebody immediately. The only way that this thing has any substance is that if she would have broke away from the crowd or called somebody or, if you walk down 6th Avenue in New York, you can find a cop within minutes, right? I got to think that in the 70s and 75 that the blue and whites were rolling up and down.
Oh, of course they were.
After the phone booth encounter, the lawsuit said that the group went back to the Warwick Hotel where Tyler allegedly forcibly kissed her and grinded on her near the hotel bar while she attempted to resist. She claims that Tyler whispered in her ear that he was going in my room to do something quick, and that he'd call her to come to the room thereafter. Well, he was probably going down there to take his pants off and be on the bed completely, naked with the coconut willy. Did they even have coconut lube back in the day? I don't think they did.
Who knows?
Eventually, Bellino claims that Tyler did call down to the lobby and say that she could come up to his room, but she stated that she couldn't talk. She stated she couldn't talk and was paralyzed, shaking her head to the hotel associate. A doorman who witnessed the encounter at the bar helped her hail a cab home, and she said she was immediately told her sister of the allegations. Okay, well, your sister's one thing. The cops are another. In her suit, Bellino said she had suffered and will continue to suffer great pain. And listen, I could not tell you anything that I did in 1975 that would be continuing to cause me pain, suffering in 2023. Come on, man.
First of all, he didn't have any kind of
He didn't even
sex.
blast her.
He didn't have any sex with her.
Say
he
it,
didn't
blast.
force sodomy. He didn't force anything like that on her. He just kissed her
and rubbed on her a
little bit. And it was 48 years ago. The big problem here is, Bubba, is that they changed the law in New York to remove the statute of limitations for any kind of sexual assault. So now someone can say, 50 years ago, this guy kissed me forcibly. He forcibly kissed me, and it happened in New York, and then they're going to actually file a suit. And so it's ridiculous. It's a horrible law, because no law like that except no law should have an indefinite statute of limitation except murder.
And child molestation.
Child molestation.
Capital.
That's what they're talking about here, though. They're saying
capital.
It was, a statutory.
Capital.
Yeah.
Per the lawsuit, Bellino has suffered and will continue to suffer great pain and of mind and body, severe and permanent emotional distress, physical
manifestation.
Yeah. What's that, Dan?
That means physical. Like it's you physically upset. You're physically hurt. So they're trying to.
They're throwing it all
claim
in there.
Permanent physical injury.
Yeah, they're just trying to.
Bellino's allegations. Does she have like 48 years of psychological help? And if so, why now?
Bellino's allegations came nearly a year after Julia Misley, formerly Julia Holcomb, sued Tyler in Los Angeles, accusing him of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager in the 70s. She claimed that Tyler, then 27, began dating her shortly after her 16th birthday, and in 1975 that her mom signed over guardianship. Now, see, this would be a little bit, thank you, this would be a little bit more of a scarier suit to me for Tyler than the other one, the fact that her mom actually signed her over to be her guardian, and at that point he probably did blast her, and she probably was 16.
Yeah, they were dating for like 3 years.
Oh, and she had an abortion too.
Yeah, she went on tour with them.
She alleged that she got pregnant and that the relationship went south, adding that their apartment caught on fire and she ended up in the hospital, during which time Tyler allegedly forced her to have an abortion. Now, but here's the deal. Like, if indeed she had an abortion, I got to think, Dan, even back in 1975, there is some record of that, right?
Yep.
Like, you just don't go in and get aborted, do abortion, and, under Jane Doe and Jim McGillicuddy.
No, you do not. And well, some people did because in the early 70s, abortions were more difficult to get.
Yeah.
But the travesty of all of this is that you have this person that said that Steve Tyler forcibly kissed her 48 years ago, and now today she's coming with charges. It's impossible to prove innocence or guilt. But going to the other person, back in the day, that was
person
the
might have
legal
some charges.
But that was the legal mechanism in order to date a younger girl. You had to have parental consent. They had to sign over guardianship. That was the only way to do it legally. So he was trying to do things legally, even though it was a little shady. But still, I mean, she should blame her parents.
Oh, well, then, so you're saying that since it was a legal document and she did sign guardianship over to him? Yeah, but when you sign guardianship over to somebody, does that mean they can blast them? No, I don't think that means they can blast you. That means they're in charge of you, but they can't blast you till you're 18. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Laws of the time.
I don't know the rules of the
Getting
guardianship
deep on that one. But still, I mean, again, now she's coming forward 50 years later. Come on, guys.
And I feel
mean, this is. I don't think any woman should be abused by anyone at any time. But if it happens, go to law enforcement, please.
Yeah.
But try to do it in the first year or two.
Try to do it within the first week or two.
Yeah.
Or day.
The day up is the best. Have proof. Have hair.
I only fasted 13. I feel like such a failure. I only was able to get 13
Why do you feel like a failure?
Is 13 okay?
It doesn't matter. You don't have to fast every day of your life.
I'm trying to say, though, I usually go 6. I usually go, 17, 18. And I cheated a little bit, and I went 13.
What time did you eat?
I ate at 1, and then I ate at 3. So I got 13 in.
That's 14.
14. I got 14.
That's fine.
3 a.m. when you woke up?
Yeah. I woke up at I actually woke up at 2:50, ate at 3, and then went to the gym.
You're hungry right when you wake up?
Yeah. Oh my God. Ravish.
Really?
Yeah, I can ravish.
Yeah, I was panicking when I saw a missed call from Bubba at 4:30.
We're gonna get into all. Hold on. There's a lot of drama going on right now.
Oh.
Is it my fault?
No,
I'm so sorry.
It's nothing to be on you. I got to go into words, but when we come back, one, I butt dialed Dan at the gym.
Oh,
and I was hoping it didn't go through, and then 2, no Alex Stein.
So weird.
Nowhere.
I see snacks everywhere, but no Stein.
Yeah. I mean, Merch Crick, snacked up the place.
She surely prepared for his visit.
On his bed, he had a card with some candies and some snacks and a couple bananas and like 2 or 3 bottles of water. She had his little bedroom all ready to go. And so I checked my front door, my apartment. I got a Ring camera, like right when you first walk in, so I can see everybody that walks into my apartment.
Sure.
Of course.
And so I gave him the code to my door, and he has all the codes to get in. And so I woke up this morning at 2:50, gonna go to the gym, accidentally butt dialed Dan, but looked at my Bing system. And nothing. Nobody came in last night.
Did he message you?
Nope. No, I got no text.
No text?
No.
I got an update for you.
No, hold on. Let's go into words and come back because I don't have an update. But let me. You do?
Yes.
All right. Do not reveal it.
I won't
until we get back.
Well.
All right.
It's a sign. The end times are here. Ultra-powerful hurricanes, tsunamis, massive earthquakes, and Bubba the Love Sponge.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks. I got out of my little lunchbox.
Fridge.
You got that? That's my little lunchbox. Good morning, everybody.
Are you going tomorrow?
Huh? I'm gonna try. I'm supposed to be out of town.
Oh. Isn't Steven Tyler?
He's old. Good morning, Jay Gator, Holyoke Joe. Good morning, Dutch Duke. We're in Guatemala. Good morning. Fan in Orlando. Good morning. Dutch Duke. Group of Lips. Good morning, Bouncer 157. Fan in Orlando.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, Julio. Joel.
Yinzer in Florida. Good morning. Coach Gooder, 2022. What's up, Manson was the mole?
The ring camera.
Yellowbird Willie.
Sister Ortiz, good morning.
Kicks for Guns 2X. Good morning. Comes up in Peterborough.
Unity, good day. Oh.
Stop Star Fox 84.
Jay Gator, good day.
Kilograms 2.202 pounds. Oh, yoke.
Can you convert meters to feet?
Dan can do anything.
It's like 30.
Dan can do anything.
10 centimeters is 4 inches.
10 centimeters.
Remember
Just
that,
under
okay?
4 inches.
Just remember that.
Your finger, a man's finger is about 2 centimeters wide. Yours is about 1.5. This is 2 centimeters. That's how I can measure stuff. This
Dan's
is
a
10.
master.
No, but I know like
For
roughly what a
reference.
centimeter looks like, but I'm saying like when I see 1.78 meters, I
Yeah.
can't, I like go full.
Like
you know,
5'11 is like
reroute.
180 meters.
Okay. Like when I see that, it like means nothing. I'm just like I'm confused. I know the 2.2. That one's pretty easy. I think it's
Thanks, Star Fox 84.
I think it's 1.7 kilometers to miles.
Yeah. Close, it's like 1.6 on.
Am I familiar with cholera? Not intimately, no.
That's big.
I'm familiar that it's when there's doo-doo in the
Something like
water.
that. Oh,
You're a
yeah.
rapper.
Sister Goldtees.
Nope.
Unity 17, good morning.
No rapper.
Finn 212, good morning.
I was just throwing it away.
Michael Ramos Sr., good morning. Who's Milena?
Melania?
No, this is Milena.
Morning, Jen.
The TP9 SFX, Canic. I've heard of Canic, I'm just not really into Canic. They're decent, so. I think is it 2011?
No one tickled my pickle. No, unfortunately not.
Okay, here we go.
You think cholera and Melina are beautiful names?
Worker ticker. Cholera, it sucks.
Cholera
It's
is
not
a
good for
disease.
students. And Melina's fine. It's like Melanie. I don't have a problem with that.
It's a waterborne disease.
Cholera? Yeah, you get it in the water.
Doo-doo in the
Hot
water.
Doo-doo in the water.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Rodolfo Rivera?
Is it pretty easy to treat if it's caught early?
Mhm.
But the people
If
that
you're
are
old.
getting it are in the third world and they have no access to medical care, so that's fine.
Katie Powers. What's up, Joe Lupien?
And in Orlando.
What's up, Pro Wrestling, anyone?
We're in a commercial break.
Wrestler, good morning, Pro Wrestler 91.
Ding dong.
Jason Reeves.
Ew. That's nasty.
What is?
A Holy Oak just said Melina is the clinical term for dark black stool.
Oh. Atlantic stools. He's talking about like Atlantic stools. Yeah.
Thank you, Uncle Eric. 50.
There's nothing sexy or glamorous about this broadcast. Just press play.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So first of all, an apology to Dan. I was at the gym about like 3:15 to 4:30, and I think I was leaving the gym, and I think I butt dialed you at 4:30. Is that about what time it was, Danny?
It was about 4:20.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I just panic when I see like missed call from Bubba. Like, oh no,
and I was at the gym, and I was like mishandling my phone, trying to get it all. I was trying to get it pushed back in my
pocket,
in my tactical bag.
Oh.
My Bubba Army tactical bag, which by the way we ordered more of. They should be in. Nice. You can keep your gun, you can keep your wallet, you can keep your phone, you can keep your car keys. You can keep a knife. I mean, they're pretty cool. You got one, don't you, Dan?
Yes, I do. I use it all the time. It's filled with a gun.
It's kind of you sling it over your shoulder, kind of wear it like that.
Mm-hmm. Like I have.
You can do it like crossbody style, right?
Yeah, you can do that. But I'm starting to carry I'm licensed to be able to carry my gun. I got a concealed weapons permit, which I don't know if that really means anything in today's Florida. The only thing I think it really means, because it's now a constitutional carry state, Florida, which means anybody can carry a concealed weapon within some various rules. There's some places you can't carry, but for the most part, you can carry about anywhere. You can't carry to a sporting event. You can't
bar.
You can't carry to a bar that only serves liquor. You can go to like an Applebee's or something like that has a 5149 food license. Like you could carry at Union or Bouillon.
Mm-hmm.
You could carry there, absolutely.
Because it's mostly a restaurant.
You just couldn't carry at like the Dollhouse, because they don't have any food, or they have some foods, but they're not noted for that. You can't carry in a sporting event, a place of worship,
a political event, or public or government buildings.
Well, I thought you could do a place of worship now.
Yes, you can.
You can?
Florida.
Okay.
Depends. It's state specific.
Right, and it might be church specific too.
Well,
like the church might have a policy about it.
Problem with that is it don't matter.
Really?
Oh,
so
the
like
church
if you're
is going to frisk you on the way in.
But hold on, let me say like this.
Maybe.
Remember the infamous
Depends on the church.
remember the infamous movie theater shooting here?
Yes.
Well, they had no weapons allowed policy.
So that doesn't make it a crime. It just means they can kick you out if they know you have a weapon.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't mean anything. There's no law broken. You're like, oh, you violated a sign?
So it would just be, the only penalty would be the fact that they could say, we're going to trespass you and you can't come to this theater anymore.
Yeah, so I'm sure that old guy's not invited back to the AMC theaters anymore.
Didn't he get off on all charges on that?
I believe he did.
So anyway, I have my license. I think that enables me to go to a gun store and be able to immediately purchase a gun if I'd like.
Immediately means like in 15 to 90 minutes because they got to do the background check. And those background checks sometimes take a while.
No, but like certainly same day.
Yes.
Like I've bought a gun before where they're like, hey, listen, you go grab a bite to eat or some lunch, and by the time you get back, we'll have you all the paperwork done and have you all called in and have you all cleared.
Although I've bought a lot of guns in the days, and there's one or two times in the last couple years because I guess of backlogs that my background check did not come back that day. It came back the next morning or in the middle of the night.
Whereas if you just don't have a license, I think it's a 3-day hold.
Yeah, it is. It's a 3-day hold. Yep.
3 business days.
3 business day hold. So like if you walked in there like at 11 o'clock or noon today, it's going to be noon tomorrow's noon Monday's one day, noon Tuesday's the next day, noon Wednesday's the next day. So anytime probably after 12:01 on Wednesday, you could pick it up. Something like that. But that's a cooling down period. So they try to use it for like if a guy was real mad and he wanted to blast his lady's face off because she just found him in bed with a next door neighbor, that maybe after 3 days he wouldn't want to blast her face off. He'd calm himself down a little bit.
I wonder if that that makes any difference in the world.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Yeah, it probably does.
I mean, just think about anything that you're really mad about. You're usually not as mad the next day.
Especially if you get some sleep, maybe talk it out a little bit.
Maybe
bust a nut.
Well,
Whoa,
no.
Can you say this?
No, I don't really think you can.
But you
Dan.
can't? Oh, I
A
thought that was-
peanut. He's talking about a peanut.
Dan, if you
Breaking
were
peanuts.
if you were talking about
smashing
walnuts.
Smashing walnuts.
Dan, remember when we use terms like that, you must go clinical.
Okay.
So had you say, refrain from ejaculation,
Or if you
I
said
wasn't
bust
referring to that. I was talking about
if you said
crushing nuts.
bust a
then say
nizza.
then say ejaculate a few times to take the edge off. Since you're a doctor and that's a medical term, we'd be okay.
Right.
So biz hustin and is it's kind of slang, and that'll get you in trouble, okay, buddy? For those scoring at home, thanks.
I think that the invention of the smash room came too late.
What do you mean?
Well, they have smash rooms now for people that are upset when they can actually, start breaking things and busting things.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
yes. You go in there, you just start breaking
Scream
things.
rooms,
Stupid.
break rooms.
I know.
That's
but
just
it's helpful
stupid.
for people that need to
People
release.
you know what? Our society is becoming way dumber.
You think?
And that comes from a dumb
Why is
guy.
that dumb? That's at least it's a controlled environment where you can release some aggression.
Whatever.
Yeah.
How do you
over it.
release aggression? Just on
I don't know.
Merch Crick in the gym.
Take some drugs. Get high. Do something.
Let it out.
Yeah.
I sent you like a news on the smash room.
About these smash rooms.
Yeah.
All right. So while I look that up,
While America is getting also, like you said, less intelligent, the male sperm is down 50% of what it was 50 years ago.
What do you mean, the potency?
Male sperm counts are down 50% in the last 50 years.
What does that mean?
That means that
Lifestyle
guys are
sucks.
becoming less virile and less able to
So
reproduce.
our sperms are getting lazy?
And it's exacerbated with cell phone use.
But hold on.
You know that?
Does that mean that your sperms are 50% less active? Like they're just kind of hanging out?
50% less there.
Well, no.
We're thinning the population of sperm.
There has to be something that's causing that.
Yeah, it's the food
Lifestyle,
additives,
yes.
it's lifestyle, it's activity,
Being
it's
sedentary.
it's being
I already said
sedentary, and cell phones are not helping. Apparently, the more you use your cell phone, the lower your sperm count.
Good, because
That's
I
a
hate.
weird
I saw that
correlation.
study
I gotta
yesterday.
tell you right now, man. I hate talking on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate it more than anything.
But I think the
I think
problem
people know
is,
that though.
I think the problem
Some
is
do.
people have their cell phones in their pocket, which is right next to their testicles, and testicles don't really like electromagnetic radiation.
I heard that.
Clinical?
I heard that if you get your scrotum, I'm using clinical terms here.
Right,
Sure
we're
are.
staying clinical.
If you go into the right before you go have sex, if you go into the shower and they have like a detachable head, you know how like I think almost everybody. Lummy, do you have a detachable head on your shower? I do too.
Yep.
I got a detachable head. Dan, do you have a detachable head?
Sure do.
Anna, do you have a detachable head?
I have two heads and one is detachable.
Okay, so almost everybody I know, my mom, my sister, almost everybody has. Nobody has. There's very few people that just have a shower that has the head that's permanent up there, and you can't,
It's fixed. You can't.
you can't take it
take it
down
off,
and
yeah.
put it on your testicles, and like on your
sniz.
on your clitoris,
Yeah.
in your clitoris.
Yeah, that.
You know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I was technical. I had a little bit of a stumble.
I'm sorry.
You stuttered a little
It's a
bit.
visual reaction.
So, that being said, I was told that the hotter that you can get your scrotum, if you take like the detachable wand, Lummy, and you blast it with as hot as water as you possibly can stand. Like you really, really on your scrotum, go on both sides, and you really warm up your scrotum as much as you can possibly take it. That kills sperm too. That really hot sperm
I don't
aren't
think it's
very
good
active.
for sperm.
Well, sperm doesn't like heat.
That's what I'm saying.
And so that's
if
the
you heat your
reason-
bag up.
Right. The reason the testicles are outside of your body is to keep them a couple degrees cooler than the rest of your body because they work better not at 98.6 but more like 95 degrees. So heating them up past 95 degrees, yes, is not good for sperm, but you don't want to go in there with blisters on your scrotum.
No, but you can find line. I mean, I mean, listen, you know to the touch that you can get the shower real hot that you can still take, but it's it's hot. So you get that thing, Lummy, and you get that thing as hot as your scrotum will take it, and then you just go back and forth on you. That's what I used to do with chicks back in the Power Pig days before I got vasectomized.
Yeah, it worked really well.
Hey, it worked all but once.
Not true. Didn't you go to the abortion clinic like a dozen times?
Oh,
It worked all but like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, but those were times I were running reckless.
So you'd be better off getting like a cup of hot tea and using your tea bag.
I was thinking about maybe getting some tinfoil, wrapping your scrotum in some tinfoil, then taking like a cigarette lighter.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And
that's a great idea.
really heating that pouch
Just put it
up.
in the
That's
microwave.
a great idea.
What are you doing? Why? I'm microwaving my balls, so I cannot get you pregnant.
Maybe an alternative that's will be a little less cumbersome.
What would be?
Less
A condom.
cumbersome?
Oh no, condoms. Ew.
You don't like them?
Like, hold
You'd
on.
rather just burn your balls off?
Let's just be honest.
Come
Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. How many of us really like wearing? I don't even know.
I love wearing condoms.
I don't even know if I can maintain an erection with a condom. It's so desensitized from what I'm used to.
Yeah, but the thing is that helps you. That helps you last a little bit longer.
Ew.
And
I'll
you
just
keep
slip out of
going
it
after
eventually.
you've ejaculated. And when you ultimately do ejaculate, it's the same damn feeling. With or without the condom, the actual ejaculation is the same exact
maybe
feeling.
the seven pulsations.
7 seconds.
The 7 pulsations of ejaculant, potentially probably does feel that. But man, the feeling that it takes to get you to that point, Now,
I don't have a penis, but I've been told that wearing a condom, yes, I'm sure, is kind of like this. This is what Ari Shaffir said. He said it's like getting a massage with like a really big coat on. Is that like
no?
Is that an analogy of having sex with a condom? It's like, I see what you're doing. It feels kind of good, but it could feel a lot better if I just took this.
I've only used a condom a few times in my entire life. I just like
the beginning.
No, and I will not use a condom like for oral. Like, please.
What?
Oh, no, yeah.
What
There's some girls that are like
a dental dam.
Yeah, something like that. Hell no, I'm just gonna go home and take care of myself. Condoms are for sailors. So anyway, I don't even know what we were talking about.
We were talking about.
Oh, you're gonna apologize to Dan.
For calling you, yes, Dan.
Yeah.
You probably saw me at 4:30. You probably think, oh my God, Bubba's something's wrong.
Did you call him back?
Yeah, I called him back right away at 4:30.
And I go, he goes, Bubba. I go, hello. And he goes, Bubba. Literally, it's like he was still sleeping. He's like, I answer the phone. Hello. I've literally been up since 1:50. I got up at 1:50 today.
Yeah, he's got music in the back. He's all pepped up. Hey, what's up?
I go, Dan, I think I butt called you, buddy, from the gym. And he goes, okay, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'll see you. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Dan was flipping out, so I'm sorry I butt dialed you, man.
It's okay. I had to get up a little earlier today because I had to take Danny to school for the Kennedy Space Center field trip.
Oh, nice.
At like
5:35.
Do they take school buses over there?
They take some kind of bus.
Or a charter bus.
How much does it cost? How much does it cost the family?
I think it's part of the tuition.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
And is there a
20 grand.
is there a blast off today, or is there a takeoff today?
There was supposed to be a takeoff last night or the night before. I don't know if it went. But they just go, it's an annual trip. Like the 6th graders all go to Kennedy Space Center. It's just one of those deals.
Do they get like a tour of the whole facility?
Oh, yeah. It's a big
deal.
day. And, they're studying space and rockets and things like that. So it integrates.
What are those kids going to do for that 3.5 hour ride? If maybe even 4, if you get in the I-4 morning drive traffic. Like what time did the bus leave?
I think it probably leaves at 5:45, 6 o'clock in that little window.
All right, so let's call it 6. So when they get there at 9?
Probably.
Are they just playing on their phones all day?
I don't know if they are, because I think there were some rules about what to do with the phone on the way up and on the way back. I think they wanted the kids to actually like rest on the way up and maybe talk. And then they can have phones on the way home.
We did the same thing in
Can you
6th grade.
imagine where you have to take something away from a kid in order for him to talk?
Right. It's pathetic.
It is. Let me. What were you saying?
Oh, we did the same thing in 6th grade. We went over.
There was no cell phones back when you were in 6th grade.
You said, what do they do? Ours was we had a movie. They put movies on
the bus.
Yeah, the charter buses. They have TVs.
Man, I know what we'd be trying to do the entire time.
Yeah, of course.
Cheeto fingers
with the chicken back. Did you guys ever play chicken?
Mm-mm.
You never knew what chicken? Did you ever know what chicken
like
was?
Lesbian chicken?
No, chicken with a girl.
No.
So you'd put your hand on her knee and you go chicken, and she'd go no. And then you'd move your hand down about halfway down her thigh, and you go chicken, and she'd go no. And then you'd go right for her vagina. You would grab her vagina.
As in like 6th grade?
No, like in 8th grade, 7th
These
grade.
are 6th graders.
Oh, come on, man.
They shouldn't
I
be
mean,
grabbing.
they're playing chicken. Oh yeah. I mean, now let me ask you a question: are they allowed to sit? Is it all boys and all girls, or is it co-ed?
Co-ed.
And are they co-ed on the bus?
Probably.
Please, there's Cheetos fingers probably going on by Lakeland.
Yeah, and there's a girl that likes Danny, so.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Now, Dan, let me ask you a question.
Oh, dude.
Could they make out?
God, no. They get in so much trouble.
What do you mean they'll get in? We could make out back in the
God
day.
is watching them.
It's a Catholic school, and they're 6th graders. If someone gets caught making out, they're going to be in so much trouble.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, in Warsaw High, like if you
Saying
get,
Warsaw High
in 1979, if you were making out with Lori Howard in the back, you were the man, and the teacher would just be like, the teacher didn't even go back there because the teacher knew what we were doing.
Yeah, it's different now.
The teacher was trying to help us, progress through, the Cheeto finger phase.
Yeah, religious schools.
But you never really got Cheeto fingers. All you got was, at best, a make out, maybe a booby grab, and maybe she would rub your corduroys raw.
On the bus.
Yeah.
In front of everyone.
No, it's dark.
Everyone's half asleep. Yeah. The best time would be like the first hour.
And you're with your girl, and you're scooched down, and you're just, you got octopus hands just going crazy all over. Poor little thing. She feels like Vasquez, a goalie. She's just trying to block every one of your advances.
Vasilevsky?
Yeah. She's number 88. She got her 88 jersey on. So you don't think any of that's happening on this bus?
I pray it's not. But it could be.
Okay,
I don't
let me ask you a question. Did it happen on your bus?
No, in 6th grade.
When you were in 7th grade.
6th grade, 7th grade? Not really. It started happening like in 8th, 9th grade. Are you the kind of person like fools around on the plane a little bit, like rubbing each other and stuff?
No, I hate that.
Don't touch me.
Yeah, I just need you to if, like with the merch crick, don't touch me. And more importantly, let me go ahead and take this armrest and put it up so I can be halfway into your deal. And then when we order drinks and peanuts and all that kind of stuff, you have to put your tray table down because I can't put mine down.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little too close to my belly. And that way we have to eat off your tray table. So even when you're done, if I still have some soda left or some peanuts, we're going to have to use your tray table. And, exactly. Listen, I've just graduated from not needing a seatbelt extension. Please. I'm a world traveler.
You are.
So Danny's going to what time do they get back tonight? This is going to ruin your Friday.
Yeah.
This completely ruins your Friday. You can't go out and do your thing tonight. You got to be home ready to pick the kid up. They'll probably get in about 9:10.
I'm not sure what time it is. I'm sure it's an email somewhere.
Heard of them, smash rooms. They are not a new concept, but a smash room right here in the Valley.
Smash room needs to be a bed where you can just like you and a girl get like an hourly rate
and smash.
Is offering a unique experience.
A breakthrough smash room also is
Bud Light of all brands.
Focusing on mental health by combining the traditional smashing with licensed therapy sessions. Fox 10's photojournalist Joe Tillman has
I'm going to go ahead and prescribe you a smash room.
Look inside.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Balistracci, and I'm a licensed professional counselor. I'm also the owner of the Healing Effect Counseling Services.
Dan, does your insurance company pay for this?
Possibly, if it gets approved.
Today we are talking about mental health therapy and why it's so important, and that it doesn't have to be just about talking. It can be about including physical activity.
Violence, yeah.
It's not just about going in there and mindlessly grabbing things and smashing them just for the sake of...
That bitch doesn't even know how to swing.
Getting that out.
Can you imagine Lummy would pick up that entire desk and throw it through the drywall? Yeah, right.
Right through the window.
It's really about sitting down with a
They'd be like, sir, you are not supposed to smash half of the stuff you smashed.
I'm angry.
Therapist and talking.
I mean, if they assign you to a smash room, man, you should be able to Kool-Aid through the drywall if you could.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
About let's identify some of those core beliefs that are holding you back. What are some of those negative beliefs that you hold about yourself that you want?
Where do we even begin on that?
Oh, God, yeah, let's not do introspection right now. But I bet you if they had more of these, there'd be fewer people smashing jewelry stores and stealing stuff.
What's up, Shorty? Yes. Oh, girl, look at her.
Yeah.
I have a van story, and I'm a student at the U of A. I think physical activity is...
She doesn't even know how to smash. She's never held a sledgehammer in her entire life. You know you're supposed to really roundhouse it up and get some momentum going on it. Yeah.
There you go. If you are being physical as well as talking out some of the things you're going through in this world, it's going to allow you to figure out maybe sometimes there's also
First thing to do is I'm tomahawking the damn sledgehammer right into the drywall. That's the first thing I'm doing. I'm going across the room and tomahawking right into the drywall.
with you physically that are causing you to feel a certain way.
I wonder if they have a no drywall policy, right? Because it would, I mean, Dan, think about it. It's easy to go and put a new fake computer and a new, like the stuff that she's, like the things that she's smashing is really, you can go to any, hell, we throw printers and stuff like this away. I mean, you could just go to the junkyard and get all this, but you start taking out drywall and stuff, man, you got to have the guys come in and replace that. I got to think that they probably have like a no drywall policy, don't you think?
With the hope, yeah.
This gives me the ability to let out that anger, release everything, and focus strictly on the thoughts and strictly on what I need to focus on and work on. I genuinely get to...
All right, whatever. I'm out of here. Please, get off me, bitch. We have an update on Alex?
Yes.
All right, so hold on. So last night, I text Alex, hey, man, here's the gate code. Here's my codes to get in where you need to be. Boom. And then Merch Crick had like a little thing of candies with a little welcome card and a basket of snacks with like 6 bottles of water in his bedroom with like 2 clean towels. And, she had it all nice for him. So I check my blink. I get up at 1:50. He was supposed to land at midnight.
Yes.
So I look at my blink. I'm still in bed. It's 1:50. I'm like, there's not been any activity at my front door since 7:24, which is when the Merch Crick, I think let Bella out or something. I was already asleep. And like, where's Alex? Let me check my text. No text. No nothing. Nothing. And so then I went to his bedroom, checked it. Nothing. So, what happened? You got an update?
Yes, I do.
From who?
Alex.
Oh.
Alex Stein. So it looks like...
Don't you think maybe he should have...
He didn't want to bother you during the middle of the night. He didn't want to wake you up.
Oh, okay. Not that I have my phone on.
He didn't know. He didn't want to be rude.
Right.
So he said he was his flight got delayed, and he was at the airport till 1 a.m., and then they finally told him the flight was changed to 6 a.m.
Ugh.
So he's in the air right now?
No, so he got so pissed off he canceled that, and he booked a Spirit flight that leaves at 9:59 a.m. and it lands at 1:12.
Oh, hold on. If his plane that was supposed to be at midnight got delayed till 6, but he got so mad that he canceled it.
Well, he wasn't sure if they were going to keep moving it.
They keep doing that, though, sometimes, Bubba. When they keep moving your flight back and back and back, and you have that sensation it's going to get canceled, it makes sense to say, I'm going home, take a nap, sleep in,
and get a new
and I'll
airline.
come back and F this airline.
Right. So now he's flying Spirit.
Ew.
What was the other airline?
American Airlines.
American, yeah.
Usually pretty reliable.
American's real reliable.
Especially coming from
Dallas.
Which is their hub.
Yeah.
One of their hubs. So he gets in at what time?
1:12 today.
1:12 today.
Is he coming to?
No, I got to think that he's probably not staying with me because he was only supposed
for that one night.
Yeah, he was
Thursday.
He was only going to stay with me one night, and then he was going to catch up with his posse and stay at the hotel provided by the promotion.
Because he has an event tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has a comedy event.
Where at?
It's called
I think the same place.
no,
down in
it's,
St. Pete somewhere.
Damn it.
What's it called?
It starts with, it's a double C, coastal creative, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And Alex does stand up?
Yes, he does.
Really?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever seen? Does there any excerpts of Alex's stand up online?
Let me find some.
See if you can find some. We'll come back with it. All right. All right.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge. We got Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
How sweet is Macho?
Is it?
Is Macho?
Oh, yeah, it's
Then $5 to squeeze out the Oh, that's protein bar? Look like a Milky Way.
Dan's all about that health, Gotta get them teens in.
I'm the healthiest person you fucking know.
Freakish. shouldn't be, but you
Nope.
are.
My biological age is 18. Holyoke, I like the fireworks. Take longer. Morning.
When's the next football season started?
December. Oh, dude, I got fucking twin towers. I recruited some kids. Apparently, one catches fucking everything. They've got like muscles with big veins and shit. Their dads are like 6'6".
Are they 12?
They're 12. They're like 5'11", 12-year-olds.
Good.
I bet they won't complain about the play calling.
Yeah,
They're gonna be getting the fucking ball every time.
They're not complaining about Coach Bubba shit, are they, Lemmy?
Nope.
Nope.
I wouldn't either. Just say thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
How do you break your firing pin? You squeeze your trigger too hard? It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's a shit fire pin.
But I sent you one of his comedy from last year. I'm trying
Okay.
to find his new ones on his
Oh, you
Twitter.
broke it.
Alright.
I don't know, Holyoke, but they are so good. I'm a very happy butt. It's just, you're fresh and clean, there's no dingleberries, trust me. If you'd rather have like paper towel, toilet paper dingleberries in your ass, knock yourself out. I mean, seriously, put it this way. If oh, it seems like that makes sense. This is to Holyoke Joe. If your dog pooped on the ground in your kitchen, would you just wipe it up with a paper towel and then not do anything to clean it further? I think you would. So that's what the Preparation H wipe does. It's like getting a little fabuloso out in the deal. Richie Rich, Florida. Good morning.
What's up, Richie Rich?
What kind of gun you had that jammed up, or what kind of crappy bullets were you shooting that jammed it? It's all good. What's up, Nick? Huh. Robinson XCR. Robinson XCR.
Thank you, Randy Watson. 15. Venmo.
Revolution. Boom. Your ears are in for some severe blunt force trauma. Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We all have a heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support, and Superbeat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support a healthy blood pressure. They also promote heart-healthy energy, and paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Superbeats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than just a healthy lifestyle alone. 30,000 5-star reviews and counting. They're a convenient way to support healthy blood pressure. Superbeat Heart Chews are plant-based, and they're easy to add to your routine. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix or prepare. And you can support your heart health with Superbeat Heart Chews and get your first 30-day supply of Superbeat Heart Chews and a free full-size bag of turmeric, which is another good thing for your heart as well. That's all valued at $25, and it starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get this exclusive offer only at Bubba Loves BEETS to BubbaLovesBeats.com. That's how you get that deal. Thanks. Let me use by the way, 1,792 people that are somehow, way, shape, or form watching us, listening to us, Florida Man Radio. I don't know. You all have, and if you don't have a YouTube account, you really don't know what you're missing, because I sometimes find myself just glued to YouTube. Mm-hmm. Like, you can find anything on there. You can get down rabbit hole after you can really get down some rabbit holes and find some good stuff, including our channel, which is at The Bubba Army. Subscribe, get a notification. All of that is for free, and we're always putting up content that you cannot find anywhere else. Lummy, you sent me a
little snippet.
Is this a little? Is this from a year ago?
Yeah.
And is this partly? Has he changed it up at all, or is it still the same shtick?
It's got to evolve.
Yeah, it's got to change a little bit, but
this next guy, I have no idea what the fuck he's gonna do.
Oh, okay, here we go.
All right.
Here we go. So Alex Stein tonight is appearing at what? I don't know, EF Chasers or something. I don't know what the hell where he's going to be at.
Coastal Creative.
Coastal Creative. He's doing a stand-up set tonight, and then he'll be fighting tomorrow night. Me and Rob Kahn and the Merch Crick and Lummy are all meeting here at the studios to drive on over there. And Lummy, I think he's going to get his ass kicked.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think he'll surprise us.
I tried to message him earlier, and I was like, "Hey man, what do you got planned?" His response was, "Yeah, 7 minutes is enough." So I have no idea what's about to happen. Everybody, please give a warm welcome. Make some noise for the one and only Alex Stein.
I feel like such a loser walking up in front of like 46 people.
But even like the Jay Leno's and the Chappelles, they all do this though because it's the way that
gym.
it's the way to connect to an audience. It's the way to get feedback if jokes work.
Well,
Yeah,
I've only been to a few comedy clubs here in Tampa, only a few.
There's only like 2.
And when Shuli was playing, I went to see, just as a friend, because Shuli's my friend, I went to go see Shuli. It was during the week, Lummy. I think you even went with me, did you not? It was like a Thursday night or a Wednesday night, a night that I usually would not go out, but to support my friend, I went. Well, it happened to be that Ron White was local on his big tour bus, and he was getting ready for a really big tour, like arenas, like the size of Amalie Arena and stuff like that, big venues. And he was, they do
a guest set.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, they just show up to they have relationships because they've all been to these comedy clubs as they were grinding into the business,
right?
And so when they become huge, a lot of times they'll just the day of show up at the comedy club, get a hold of the owner, and said, "Hey man, can I do 20 tonight? Can I do 20 minutes tonight?" And they're like, "Of course." And they don't charge him nothing or nothing. And so you're going to see Shuli. Next thing you know, the MC comes on and says, "I just want to let you know that Shuli he's ready to go, but Ron White was in town and wants to do 15 or 20. You guys good with that?" And then you got a really big time, A-list stand-up guy that they did not promote because they can't promote it. Because everybody would show up.
Right.
So it's kind of, and it really happens a lot in the comedy industry, doesn't it, Anna? Like
Sure
that's
does.
how they do it.
Yeah, they do guest sets just to kind of work out new material, see what works, see what doesn't, like Dan was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll do like, listen, this worked, that doesn't work. And it's all just kind of a
just
practice.
like Jim getting reps in,
Yeah. So here's Alex. Let's hear Alex.
I can't even get out of here! Wow, thank you. Oh my gosh, already clapping. No, not funny yet, so don't clap. Everybody's been talking about how it's Hitler's birthday today, and it is, 4/20. Do you guys realize that? I don't know if you guys know that. But see, it kind of scares me because it makes me think like in 100 years, is 9/11 going to be like National Fentanyl Holidays? Everybody going to be on fentanyl? Yeah, what? What? Hunter Biden smokes crack. Our president's son smokes crack. We're all gonna get more hooked on drugs. Weed, baby. This is just a start. We're about to get high as a kite. Let me tell you something. So who's the biggest weed hero ever? A guy by the name of Michael Phelps, right? Olympian, ripping the bomb like a badass. Now who's the best swimmer? Leah Thomas. Has a penis. Women's NCAA champion. That's where we're going. So if you don't think 9/11 is going to be a fentanyl holiday, you're wrong, bud.
All right. Good luck for Alex. I'm not going to the set tonight. Are you going, Lummy?
No. I'm busy.
Yeah, I think Alex knows that we're going to support his fighting endeavor. But Lummy, I don't think any of us signed up to go to the stand-up deal.
No. It's too late.
Today's after show will be Anna and Kevin Hazlett.
I believe so. That is the plan.
That's what you asked for yesterday.
I sure did, yes.
And I granted it. So
thank you.
Today's after show, which will be on all four, it'll be Rumble, it'll be YouTube, it'll be Twitch, and Facebook. The Otto Hummel show will have, hopefully, Kevin in tow.
Yes.
Today. 8:45 today. Bill O'Reilly, he's got a new book, and it's about kind of it's called Killing the Witches, and it gets into like the Salem witch, the Puritans and all this kind of deal, and I think it's either his 19th or 21st series of books. He's had 18 number ones.
Wow. That's amazing.
18 number one New York Times and/or overall bestsellers.
Well,
I bet you that's pretty lucrative.
Yeah, it's got to be at this point. He was originally a history teacher, so his books. He has a series of killing books, like Killing Kennedy and Killing Lincoln.
I wonder if I'm going to ask him today.
Killing the Mob.
Hey, Bill, were you kind of a hard ass as a teacher? I mean, did you really flip out on people? Like, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. I'm not going to say that to him. I wonder if he is happy for Jesse. Like, and what was Jesse Waters when Bill O'Reilly was the main guy on Fox? Was Jesse just an intern?
He was kind of like the do boy, go out on the street, get questions, things like that. He was like an intern.
I'm gonna ask Bill. And Bill, are you happy? I mean,
he built him. I mean, it's his protege. It's his guy.
It'd be like, like his lummy. Was Jesse Waters his lummy?
Yep.
It's an interesting comparison, but yes.
Well,
it was.
that'd be like if I got fired, lummy, got completely canceled like Tucker and Bill O'Reilly did, and that you ended up being like, the guy.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I mean, no, but that's what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
So Jesse Waters did work for Bill?
I think he was an intern. Then he was an assistant producer.
Yeah, he was on the production staff. And
So
then
did it
started
go,
doing-
hold on, did it go Bill O'Reilly, Glenn Beck, Tucker, Jesse? Or did it what was that progression?
I thought it was Tucker right after O'Reilly.
Yes, I think Tucker replaced O'Reilly.
He did,
So I think it might have been, so was it Glenn Beck, O'Reilly, Tucker, Jesse?
Was Glenn Beck ever in that
Maybe
in that
Glenn
spot?
Beck might have been a different time.
It was a different time. They were
I think he was.
contemporaries.
I think Glenn Beck was earlier.
Way early, like 6 or 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I think he might have been like 6 to 7, and then Bill was
prime time
7 to 8 or something like that.
8 to 9. I think Tucker was right before Bill at 7 to 8.
When was? Let me look at Glenn Beck and see when what his Fox tenure.
I think it was around 6 o'clock because I remember watching it a lot after work.
What years was he? And was he Bill's lead-in? I need to know some of this.
I think he might have been. I attribute Glenn Beck to me going to law school.
Oh, okay. Is that when you were in law school?
No, but he did say something, and that is get off your ass and do something. If you got a problem with something, do something about it. And so he was a motivating guy. And although some people think his political leaning was misguided, but the thing that was important about him was that A, know what's happening, B, question things that don't make sense, and C, get off your ass and do something about it. And so I like that philosophy personally. I think that's a way to succeed in life. Identify the problem and do something about it.
Bill O'Reilly, 8:45 today. And then Monday at 7 a.m., Jack, live from Tel Aviv. Jack, our history teacher, Anna's dad's best friend. Mm-hmm. We'll get our second report live from Israel on Zoom at 7, which is going to be, that's going to be cool because a lot has happened since we last spoke to him.
Certainly has.
Israel was just starting to get ramped up on what they're doing now when we spoke to them.
I mean,
they hadn't
it was
wrecked.
like the 10th of October. It was like 3 days after the attack.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they hadn't really ramped it up yet compared to what they're doing now.
Right.
Like they're ramped up pretty good.
Dude, it's the size of Pinellas Park. I can't believe it's taking this long to do what they got to do.
And Jack was saying, we need, our troops to ramp up and roll through Gaza and, exterminate, Hamas.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Lummy, Tuesday at 9 a.m., he'll be in studio. That's Paul from Orange County Choppers. You know that big, thick-neck old dude?
Yep.
He's going to be in
Really?
here. Yeah.
I love him.
At 9 o'clock in studio.
Oh, he's great. I love him.
Lummy, is he here on behalf of the Orange County Choppers place here?
Yeah.
Like,
well,
is he doing like a signing?
He lives down here now.
Oh, he lives down here now?
Yeah, he's promoting. He goes back and forth between New York and here.
What part of here does he live?
I'm not exactly sure. I think St. Pete. I think the St. Pete area.
Yeah, probably closer to Port Richey, Pinellas Park area.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
has he got his own shop down here, or is he just
the restaurant?
All right, so that's kind of where his home base is.
Correct.
They're
doing the St. Pete Bike Fest.
He looks like a big rugged Ronnie the limo driver.
He does.
If Ronnie put on about 120 pounds,
man, he made some boy. I gotta tell you, man, he established a brand and really killed it.
Yeah, that was fun to watch that show. I enjoyed watching that show. I thought it was really creative. It was neat how they did things, and the dynamics were fun.
Al Pacino. Remember now, like, was it maybe 2 months ago? Al Pacino was with this hot chick for dinner, and they were walking out of like Nobu. I think. By the way, I think he actually is an owner of Nobu in New York.
Oh, really?
I think
Or the one in
Pacino.
Malibu?
No, it's called Nobu.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's one in Vegas
It's
too.
called Nobu.
Bahamas.
It originally started. I think the very first one was in New York, and I think they branched out from there. But I think De Niro and maybe Pacino.
I think the first one may have been in L.A.
Alexa, hey Alexa, where was the first Nobu restaurant located?
From luxurytraveldiva.com. The first Nobu restaurant opened in New York City in 1994.
Say you're sorry
I'm
immediately.
It's expanded to locations all over the world.
Yep. You got it.
I got it.
You got it.
I didn't know it was a franchise.
I got it because Howard took us there in 2006.
Is it like fish?
No, it's like sushi, and
it's not fish, it's sushi.
It's real fancy. Like Anna, it's real fancy, and it's where the who's who are. And you may not even you could call up and say, "Hi, I'm Anna Hummel. I like to get reservations like 3 weeks from." Nope.
Yeah,
we're busy.
And I've been to the Nobu in Miami. It's good. The one in Atlantis in the Bahamas sucked.
Yeah, you know what? I've been to that one too with Hogan when he was paying, and it was horrible. But I'll tell you, I've been to the one in New York, the original.
That was good.
Hey Alexa, who are the investors of Nobu in New York City?
Lummy Bing?
Oh Jesus, Lummy Bing, the one that said I was worth $8 million.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looks like it's Chef Nobu, Robert De Niro, and Amir Tepper.
Was I not right about Robert De Niro, bitches?
Except for it's Al Pacino, you said.
I said both.
Oh.
Al Pacino and De Niro.
Okay.
So Al Pacino, we were watching, some footage of him and this super hot chick, walking out of a restaurant, and we're like, and Dan was like, that's how I'm gonna roll when I'm 83 and all that kind of deal. Exactly. By the way, and we were all of us, the common thread amongst all of us was, she's just gonna get pregnant and leave him. Of course. What is she, 29? What is she?
Is this the one that dated all the old the singer?
Yeah, she dated all that. She's been through. She's
like Tony Bennett.
She's tried to find. She has tried to latch onto a sugar daddy that would get her.
Died, so
that would get her
knocked.
See the way you get them hooked is you got to get knocked up.
Yeah.
You got to get pregnant. Because at that point, man, they're just going to write you a little check to go away. But when you're pregnant, now you just scored. Look at this, $30,000 a month for 18 years. Now he's going to be dead. And Dan, he'll have to set up a trust account, some type of, family trust account, and put that money in.
Yeah,
don't you think?
Kids already has a college fund. The weird thing about this, because I read an article about this maybe last week or something, they're still together. Like, it didn't say it in this article, but it definitely said in the last one. They were doing all of the legalities surrounding the child support, but they were technically still
So
a couple.
were they trying to do this
It's very
with
confusing.
anticipation of that
Him
one
dying?
day he will die, and once he's dead, then he's responsible. Well, if you take $30,000, if you take $30,000 a month times, it's $6.5 million.
Wow.
Over the kid's lifetime.
Right.
I mean, it
Which
takes
is nothing to him.
I know.
Absolutely nothing to him. Number one. Number two, this also gives her sort of an allowance, I think, right now. But I think what was really done, and you hit it right on the head, is that if he dies, now there's a contract. And so the estate has to honor that contract.
That's been established by a judge.
Right.
That's been through the system.
Protects her.
That's, yeah, exactly.
I don't have a problem with it. He's worth so much money, and she's getting $360 a year, which is not that much. I guess that would be like $500,000 a year before taxes. So, but she lives in New York, which is, again, a very, very, very expensive place. She has to maintain a certain lifestyle because it's Al Pacino's kid.
You got to think, okay, like if you live downtown, it's going to cost you at least, if you're going to have a really nice place, it's going to cost you at least $10,000 a month in rent. At least $10,000 a month in rent, right?
Mm-hmm. 7.
$30,000 really isn't that exorbitant.
It's not really if you think about today's prices and living in New York. I mean,
hey
right
Alexa, how much is Al Pacino worth?
American actor Al Pacino's estimated net worth is $120 million.
Yeah, $6.5 million for child support when he's worth how much did you say?
120.
Yeah, please.
Nothing.
Same as Matthew Perry.
Al Pacino is a new dad once again at 83, and it ain't going to get cheap. He'll pay $30,000 a month in child support, an amount that could grow based on his annual earnings. So, if I'm Al Pacino, man, I'm going to kind of just lay low.
Oh, secret us out, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't want to be making, this blockbuster hit where they pay you 20. First of all, you got enough money to live for the rest of your life, and then any money that you make, the bitch is just going to take you back and try to get an uptick on her willy. Is she not?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
According to legal docs contained by TMZ, and his most recent girlfriend, Noor a fly. I don't know, what is it?
Napa Mike, $100.
Napa Mike, $100 on the Cash App. Lummy, Napa Mike is trying to find. I think he found us a manufacturer that we might be able to work with regards to bringing back the semi Bubba Army mud flaps.
Yes, he did.
I've gotten so many people, so many truckers saying, man. And I've just not been able to get them manufactured at a reasonable price and shipped. And I think Napa Mike is in the process of helping me do that.
Yes, and I emailed you all the dimensions and everything.
With whom he welcomed his son, Roman, back in June, just hammered out their custody agreement. So, Dan, this is all, there's not been any, they're not broke up.
I don't know.
As of September 7th, they were still together despite her filing for custody.
Their shared legal custody of Roman will get the woman, Nor, will get primary physical custody, and Al will get visitation. Both parents will work together when it comes to determining holidays, and both have an equal say in schooling decisions and attending extracurricular activities. This language is like the language
in a divorce,
in a breakup.
Yeah.
Right? Because trust me, I've been through this.
Mm-hmm.
As for child support, Al is going to pay. Hold on, he's given her $110,000 up front. He's given her $110,000 kicker up front, and is now responsible for paying $30,000 a month in base child support. He will also have to put up another $15,000 a year in an education fund, and could pay up to an extra $90,000 at the end of the year, depending on his earnings. Man, way to get tic-tacked. We should note that he's also paying $13,000 a month for a night nurse, and he's on the hook for any medical expenses outside of insurance. So he's paying
He needs a nurse?
Yeah.
He does?
He has a night nurse.
Maybe he's got diapers and stuff.
Dan, let me ask you a question. Why would you need a night nurse?
If you have problems like, getting up at night and doing things that you shouldn't be doing.
TTN?
Like, if you're making a mess, if you can't fend for yourself, if you need help going to the bathroom, or if you get up in the middle of the night and start wandering around the neighborhood because you have dementia. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of reasons to have a night nurse.
So you have to have a night nurse sit there and be awake in fear that you may wake up and do some bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's wandering out into the road, whether it's pooping your pants, whether it's right?
Yep. But that's a lot of money for a night nurse. $13,000 a month.
Where do I sign up for that?
Yeah, no kidding.
Anna, is this his girl? Well, his baby mama's Instagram?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Which one is she? The dark-haired one?
Yes.
Blonde's pretty hot. Whoever that is.
Probably her mom.
Is this her right here?
I believe so.
So what she's gonna do? Whoa! Look at that picture. That's from a few years ago. Listen, Al. I mean, she's working you, bud.
He knew that.
Dan, would you want a kid at 83?
83 is a bit old.
Yeah. You're not even gonna know that kid
at all.
That kid's-
like at my age, having another kid is, some people would think controversial, but at least you got 30 years with a kid at least.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You can watch the kid become an adult, hopefully get married, and have a career. But at 85, he's got what, maybe. He's already needs a night nurse.
He's already on. Listen, by most male, he's already on borrowed time.
He doesn't have a night nurse. He pays for a night nurse for her, for the child.
Oh my God! What a lazy bitch. So a night nurse stays there for when the baby wakes up in the middle of the night. She can sleep, and the night nurse will take care of the baby, because babies wake up in the middle of the night. They got to poop. They got to pee. They got to eat. They got to suck on a boobie.
She's an excellent mom.
She's horrible.
Yeah, and she's pictured with a lot of older men in her Instagram.
She dated, Mick Jagger.
Jesus, Al. Who? Please.
And they're all her besties, apparently.
God, you can tell he didn't have a Tom Bean in his life. Take you aside. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he fired his Tom Bean.
He did.
I got my free speech ears on, good buddy. We got a Bubba the Love Sponge show coming up here straight ahead.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
A lot of times people that old.
Mud flap info.
Your email.
Okay, thanks.
That's what I was thinking.
Like old male sperm is not as good as young male sperm.
Oh, no way.
No.
I mean, I know that men have a much larger biological shelf life, but reproductively, I mean, but.
Thank you, Napa Mike.
Yeah, you must be old as hell if you get a birth defect on the dad's side. I heard like 90% of the Down syndrome cases come from the mom.
Oh, 100% come from the mom.
Thanks, Mom.
Not 90%. 100%.
100%?
100%. Yes, it's a female problem. Absolutely, 100%. It's the egg getting the wrong number of chromosomes when it divides the last time. Problem is, y'all's eggs are stuck together until the month before they hatch. And so they're stuck together for 45 fucking years, the genes intermingle.
But, I mean, you can still have a Down syndrome baby and be like 25 years old.
No, you can't. Never happens.
Never
fucking happens. No, never happens.
What's that?
A Down syndrome baby being born to a 25-year-old woman does not happen.
Really?
Yep.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever?
I don't think it's ever happened.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Ever?
I know it's unlikely, but it's
impossible.
ever?
Ever.
Ever.
I don't know if I can go with that one.
And you could have a 50-year-old woman that's trying to get pregnant, and whether the father is 18 or 80, the risk is the same. It's 100% the woman's fault for Down syndrome. 100% has nothing to do with the guy. Now there's other things that could be the guy's fault, but not that one.
I mean, again, this is just a very rough internet search. It says a 25-year-old woman has a 1 in 1,200 chance of having a baby with Down syndrome.
1,200? Lower than that.
That's virtually impossible.
Ask Alexa the youngest age a woman ever had a Down syndrome baby.
We will when we're on the air.
Yeah. Oh, she has it too.
What?
I didn't know that she must be a
She's
mosaic.
23.
And she's got Down syndrome?
But does she? Doesn't look like it to me. That baby does for sure, but.
Tries to be 21 is not.
Sorry.
She's got Down syndrome. Most people that have Down syndrome are sterile. I don't know how she's not sterile.
I mean, we've graduated to Fetterman. I think the next natural progression is to elect a Down syndrome politician. Right?
Is that synonymous with Down syndrome? Right?
I mean,
she's 23. Again, this is fucking people, so.
I mean, if she has it, I've never heard of someone with Down syndrome having a baby.
Well,
'Cause my
surprise,
understanding is
surprise,
they're
motherfucker.
almost sterile. So, from a normal mom, a normal genetic mom, it's impossible to have a Down syndrome baby under 25. It doesn't fucking happen.
man, I worked out hard as fuck in the gym today.
What'd you do?
Did you?
Legs?
I did a little bit of legs, heavy on the bis and tris, a little bit of shoulders, and a little bit of back. But heavy on bis and tris and a little bit of leg. Just like a touch-up.
Nice. She was 24, husband was 25, she had a baby.
Normal?
I think so.
Unlucky shit.
I mean, obviously much more likely as you get older, but. I mean, does that baby even have Down syndrome? That baby don't
She's a mosaic. The one with the 3 kids, she's got the syndrome. She's got the mosaic, so it doesn't really count.
Yeah, it doesn't count. That's fine.
No, I'm not counting that one.
That's fine.
I don't know how the fuck she got even pregnant. Most Down syndrome kids are sterile.
And it's not hereditary, right?
No,
it's a
not.
mutation.
It's again, the reason it happens is that when a female develops, all of her eggs are already formed being born, and they're stuck in with the genes all next to each other, and like I think it's telophase. And so they're all next to each other. They stay next to each other until before they hatch and ovulate. So when they're stuck together that long, sometimes they stick too good, too well, and two go to one instead of one going to one.
Why specifically chromosome 21?
That's the one like they do it. I don't know. It's a stickier chromosome. There's other trisomies, but they don't live. Trisomy 21s live.
I see.
There are
it's
other
still
ones that
viable.
It's still viable.
But you have Down syndrome.
Right, but like a trisomy 17 may not be viable. You know what I'm saying? It depends on the
I
gene.
got you. It just
They just die in utero.
abort.
They just self-abort.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I got your protein shake. Caviar tacos, we're not allowed to say that, but it's interesting that you don't see those things in the Amish communities with low vaccines. And also, COVID went through them in the very beginning, and then they didn't get COVID again. So you don't see the Amish people getting a lot of COVID either right now. Or peanut allergies.
But they do have multiple.
We got a lot to do. Let's go.
To all the FTEs out there, he salutes you. He salutes you.
Loving it.
And hopes you don't get herpes from a lot lizard.
Something's wrong with me.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Bubba.
Bill O'Reilly in about 50 minutes. Bill O'Reilly's new book, Killing the Witches, just went on sale just about a week or two ago. Went on sale September 26th. More than 19 million copies in print and a remarkable record of, I think, 18 or 19 #1 New York Times bestsellers, Wall Street Journal's USA Today, Publisher Weekly bestsellers. Bill O'Reilly's Killing series is the most popular series of narrative histories in the world.
It's great. God bless him. Again, he was a history teacher, and he gets to keep doing what he loves.
I'm going to ask him a question today. I'm like, hey, Bill, I've been with you for long enough that you know that I don't try to get you in gotcha moments. I'm like not some nut hut guy that's going to play We'll Do It Live. Like, you're my boy. You're my guy. I've been with you for a long time. I promote all your books. And I've never got you in a I got you type of moment. And so please don't take the question that I'm going to ask you as I'm trying to get you type moment. I just truly would like your opinion on, and then I got a question to ask.
Nice.
Hope he don't get mad.
Well, if he hangs up, we know the
He's
answer.
not going to hang up. He's not going to hang up.
He's stronger than that.
Yeah, he's not going to hang up.
He'll confront you before he just runs.
That's true.
He's not a runner.
Yeah, but he also knows. But he also knows, like, I've never put him in an uncomfortable situation.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a question. Do I think might be a pretty damn good idea?
Oh,
but I just think that people's egos would get in the way. Dan, did you ever know about this this surfer? Or is he just like an Olympic hopeful, up-and-coming guy? Like, he's not an established... Like, the dudes that you guys hang out with when you go to Surf Ranch and stuff, those guys are like, the Mount Rushmore of surfing, right?
Yeah, but they're not the young kids that are hot right now, and they're not the ones that you're seeing,
No, I know
going
that.
on these
They're the old-timers.
Yeah, they're like the Steve Tylers. And
they're the Franco Harrises and the Dan Marinos,
right?
And the Joe Montanas and the Troy Aikmans that were good back in the day.
Right. Well, I mean, Kelly Slater was winning world championships up until a couple of years ago, so he defies logic, kind of like Tom Brady did, because he's a guy that's in his 50s and he's competing against 20-year-old. I think Kelly Slater's 50.
I think he is.
And he was competing against guys in their 20s and teens, even, and banging with him too. Banging with him.
Didn't Kelly Slater own the Surf Ranch initially, and then a big company came in and bought it?
He designed it, and built it and was a partner in it. And I think he sold part of the interest, maybe not all of the interest.
Oh, he's from Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, he's from Florida. He's about 51.
Yeah, 51.
So yeah, he's.
I did not know
So
that.
he is, again, has defied logic, and has been really a real competitive surfer for 30 years. It's amazing because no one has that kind of shelf life in professional sports.
Anyway, this guy's an Olympic hopeful. He's 34. Was. He's a surfer. Israel Barona.
He's Ecuadorian, I believe.
Olympic hopeful, dead at 34 after seizures in the hotel room. My only question is, was he vaccinated?
I knew where that was going.
But that's my first. Now I think that legitimately we should be able to ask that question.
We should be able to ask that question since January of 2021.
You know that.
So it's ridiculous that question is taboo.
Get
when
it, Dan.
it's so medically relevant in these days, it's been proven that vaccines increase the risk of myocarditis and
cardiac events
in all people, and has increased the risk of cardiac events in all people.
Now, when right now, the COVID vaccination is at its all-time big pharma grip hold, meaning nobody in the government, because they're all bought and paid for by big pharma, you're not going to have, I don't think in the next, 2 or 3, maybe 5 or 6, you'll have some congressional hearings on, maybe they'll start asking some questions as to how deadly and how at risk and how untested these vaccinations that the government mandated or wanted everybody to get, to the point where they paid for it for free. You literally just showed up at your pharmacist with your open arm out and they jabbed the hell out of you. I think if a person was to go by the WHO, United States, standard of vaccination, what are you supposed to have, 6 by now, 7? If you went right by the book and you got every one that they told you that you needed to get, how many times would you have been jabbed?
5 or 6.
Right.
So, I have obviously a lot of opinions about this. And so
there's probably, Dan, a lot of people that have all 5 or 6.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because they believe what the government tells you. You just go, you're a sheep. You don't ask any questions. You live in an old people's home. You just go get vaxxed.
And now there's published studies highlighted by even the Florida Surgeon General that show that the more shots you get, the more likely you are to get COVID.
So
which
will
is
there be
negative efficacy?
Will there be eventually a flip in mentality where John Moore got vaxxed, call, pound law? That's all. Is there going to be a huge tsunami of people as people that were fully vaxxed start to have issues medically, and they maybe start tying this stuff scientifically together? It's too early now.
It's not too early.
But the longer down the road we go, each month we get more data to, help determine whether the vax indeed caused certain issues.
I think they're going to try to bury it for as long as possible until no one cares anymore.
Exactly.
And Dan,
exactly.
And Dan, when do you think that is?
Well, first of all, I think that when COVID first hit us, so many people that were really trying, I think, to help were implementing policies that may have been misguided. My problem is twofold. Number one, that there was a absolute cherry picking of studies that supported the narrative that the government wanted, but repressed some other things that I think the rest of the world should have been privy to. And that is, first of all, starting with the origin of COVID. And
we still don't know.
We do know.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We do know, Bubba.
Hold on. The government knows, but I don't think they've been forthright in letting the public know what really happened. What is your opinion as to how COVID started?
Here's my opinion on how
Did
COVID
we get it from
started.
like a bat or how do you think we got it?
Well, it's difficult to say that there is an animal vector when they have yet to isolate an animal vector. So saying that it jumped from the bat to the pangolin to the human, they never isolated a single pangolin that had COVID. So that theory is, in my opinion, debunked because every other time there was an animal intermediary
and Danny,
vector,
they were selling that.
isolated
They
animals.
were selling that story hard for a while.
Hard.
They were. That was even on like CBS. Now Nora was talking about that. Right.
The wet market.
Now, the other thing is that the COVID-19 virus is a coronavirus with several specific mutations. Ironically, those mutations were patented mutations, which tells me that it'd be very difficult for an animal vector to randomly come up with, oh, this is actually a patented mutation. So patented mutations are mutations that are constructed in a lab. So when they were going through the genome of COVID back early, like in April and May of 2020, published in Nature magazine, the scientists clearly showed that, to me, after reading the article, that it was a man-made virus. However, the very last paragraph is like, nope, this was naturally occurring. And it didn't make sense. And that is the paper that allegedly Fauci threw a fit when he saw the preprint and emailed all the authors and coerced them to changing their conclusion. Ironically, afterwards, a lot of them got massive grants. I ain't saying there's a connection there, but that's the facts of what happened with the origins of COVID. Now, here's my opinion on the origins of COVID. And Lumbee, we had a guy that was going to come in here talking about it, and his theory made the most sense.
What happened? He get killed?
No, we with the platforms, we were a little
worried
nervous.
about it.
Oh, okay.
So his theory was, and
He's probably dead by now.
He got whacked.
What was his name?
Johnny, I'm dead man walking.
Dr. Eric McCulloch, I think his name is.
Eric McCulloch. Anyway,
Oh, Peter McCullough.
No, it's an Eric. He was in the military.
Okay.
That's a different one.
Yeah. So his theory was that they were working with COVID in the lab and someone accidentally contaminated themselves and then they got sick and then they spread it. And then a couple of months later, they released it purposefully at the wet market to try to hide the fact that they accidentally released it in the lab. They wanted to be able to earmark it and tag it to the wet market. However, there are cases of COVID that happened way back in August of 2019. So it most likely was an accidental lab leak followed by a purposeful plant of COVID at the wet market. Interestingly, there are two slightly different variations of the virus.
So you're saying they went into the wet market just to try to cover their ass that they accidentally leaked it into the public. Let's go ahead and wet market Willie and not be so forthright that we've up and released it ourselves
by accident. So I think COVID's initial release was accidental. I think there was a nefarious act afterwards. Secondly, and this was my theory, and this is actually I've read this article too. That remember when the Omicron first came out? I said, interestingly, Omicron, which started in South Africa, is right next to another COVID experimental lab. Another lab in Johannesburg, South Africa, was experimenting with the COVID-19 virus. And suddenly, all of a sudden, these new Omicron variants, which are nothing like the Delta or the Wuhan or the Alpha variants or that B117 variant, it's a completely different virus. It's got like 32 different mutations compared to the original one. So maybe that was accidentally or purposefully released. One article I read said that every single variant has been actually man-made. So we'll never know the answer to that because everyone's trying to cover their ass. Now, the other frustration is with therapies and the vaccine. There are a lot of therapies that have shown to work, and every time there's an article that showed that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin is effective, it's buried.
Don't say that, Danny. It's going to get your license pulled.
I just said they're buried. I'm sorry. They never highlight
By the way,
those therapies.
Dr. Dan's cocktail of Dr. Dan's COVID cocktail has worked 3 times on me, and I've had all types of variants of COVID, like from really bad COVID, where my oxygen level was like 91, and Dan had me on a breath, like what was that called?
Seal.
I was sucking off a seal.
Nebulizer.
A nebulizer.
Steroid.
That's the worst. And then I just most recently had it like 2 weeks ago, and it was not that big of an event, but I used Dan's, really, I wouldn't share. I mean, it's somewhat non-conventional, or is it becoming less non-conventional? Like, are more people doing what you did 3 years ago now? Is it more readily acceptable? Do they quack you out less now when you try to do it?
A little bit. Just a little bit. And so I think there's a really, really, really thick white line drawn in the sand, and some people have dared to cross it. But it's become like the Grand Canyon. It's so hard to cross that line because people were so pot committed to their position. And the final frustration with the way COVID was handled is studying the risks and the efficacy of the vaccine. Now, I know it was rushed to get to market, but once it got to market and there were absolute issues with it, any other vaccine...
They buried it all.
They buried it all. Any other vaccine
they would
that
have
has launched has been pulled when it had those kinds of side effects.
Any other vaccine that wasn't so kabuki conspiracy / government regulated, big farm it out, after a year of having the complications that the COVID vaccines have had, they would have pulled it off the market and gone into a huge extensive testing deal and not allowed it to be, available until they went through various trials. So now they just kept doubling down on it.
Right.
They're like,
they just keep doubling down on it. And so it's so frustrating. Two things about it. Number one is that there are absolute risks associated with the vaccine that's well documented in mainstream media as well. And there's still, despite those massive numbers of potential complications from the vaccine, the FDA, the CDC, the NIH all ignore it, specifically ignore it. I was sent a letter from the OSHA said, ignore vaccine complications because we do not want to increase vaccine hesitancy. So that is shameful. The other thing is that, a vaccine is supposed to prevent disease. Then it's supposed to prevent hospitalization. Then it's supposed to prevent death. It's supposed to prevent all these things. And they kept moving the line of what this vaccine is supposed to do. It's supposed to prevent replication within the body. Well, it turns out that if you're vaccinated, you still replicate the virus. You still shed. You can still get sick. You can still go to the hospital. You can still be put on a ventilator. You can still spread it to everybody. So the vaccine... in some studies has been effective in some age groups for a few months. No other vaccine peters out in 3 months. It is literally the worst vaccine we've ever invented. It's got the highest complication rate and the worst efficacy of any vaccine that's been to market, and they still ignore it. And for a vaccine update to be tested on 8 measly mice and then brought to market is just unconscionable.
When do they stop putting their heads in the sand and somebody like John Morgan or somebody grabs some big balls about themselves that have the resources to sue, Johnson & Johnson?
Taking on the state as a
statutory immunity.
Oh.
But I sent you a clip. It's a full article, but I got where it is, where Dr. Peter McCullough kind of talking about the why the vaccine
Was
has
that the
side
guy you were
effects.
going to have on?
No, this is the guy that was on
I was
Rogan.
going to say. I saw this Rogan deal.
Where do I go?
43, 33?
43.
33.
43, 33. Okay.
This guy's brave.
Is this on Dan Bonagino's show?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy's brave.
Is this on
Stand
by?
I think I already said that.
Jesus.
This guy's brave.
I think I
already said that.
Thank you.
I love when that happens.
Nope. I hold on.
How do you explain, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Doc.
My situation with the cancer, I've talked about it often, and it freaks me out. Listen to this.
We started to see young athletes, cardiac side effects on that front. Yet, how do you explain, and I'm going to play devil's advocate here, Doc. How do you explain when you have so many people that got it and have no side effects whatsoever?
That was what Joe Rogan asked me a long time ago, that, how come everybody doesn't get sick from the shots? It turns out a paper by Schmeling and colleagues from Denmark showed about a third of the shots, there's no side effects whatsoever. None. There's a third of batches as if nothing's in it.
Still, that's horrible percentage rate where only 33% don't have a reaction. I mean, right? That means 66%
What he's alluding
have some type of reaction, right?
Yeah, but what he's alluding to is inconsistency within the vaccine batches.
Oh.
And some people say that some of the vaccines weren't even vaccines; they were just placebos, so they would keep the complication rate down.
Another 70% or so, there's some mild side effects. And then 4.2% of the doses in this high-risk batch, that's where the side effects are. So it turns out from vial to vial, it's not the same.
So this doctor's saying that it's not even consistently the same medicine in each vial that you get. If you get a batch in Utah compared to a batch in Indiana, compared to a batch in Oregon, compared to a batch in Florida, all of that could be different. And so it's unilaterally not even the same, the same effect. Right.
So imagine,
right? Is that what he's saying, Dan?
Yes. So imagine if dog food were different from the California plant versus a lot from the New York
Especially
plant
if you ordered
versus
steaks.
a lot from the Florida plant.
Yeah, especially if you thought you were calling Morris Farms and ordering 5 pounds of ground
But then
beef.
you got dog food instead.
You got dog. Dan,
If there was inconsistency within dog food, it would be pulled from the shelves.
Hey, listen to this. One of the things that McDonald's prides itself is the Big Mac that you get in Oregon is pretty damn close to the Big Mac you get in Denver, is pretty damn close to the Big Mac you get in Atlanta.
Yep. Same with all major franchises like that.
Exactly. Anything
consistency, you know what you're gonna get.
franchises that are consistent, that breeds success.
Right.
We don't even have that in this.
Nope.
So it's really luck of the draw. Some people are, very unluckily so, are getting high-risk injections. And there's no quality control over these batches, how much messenger RNA is in it, or impurities or other problems.
They're finding
Dr.
unacceptable
McCullough on
levels
our show,
of DNA in these shots too. Not just RNA. There's DNA in there too.
DNA?
Now. Yeah, not supposed to be in there, but there is.
What kind of DNA? I would like
Plasmid DNA. It's viral DNA.
I like to have Shaq's DNA in mine. Big old dong and everything.
We can arrange that.
Freight Farm Johns Island, 50 on the Venmo.
When we come back, I've not kept up on this case. And isn't this case a local case that's kind of turned into a national case?
A couple weeks ago.
What, Anna, can you give me the Reader's Digest version of what this Maya thing is? Then we go into words and we play this on the backside.
Sure, of course. So this girl Maya, I think she was like 10 or 11. She comes down with like some freak condition where she like can't move, all her limbs like seize up and stuff. And her mom, who's like this Polish chick.
Her name's Kaya, right?
Maya.
Maya. And she's from Tampa, right?
Venice.
Yeah. Locally in Florida.
Okay, all right.
Venice, Florida.
But I think the whole thing happened at Johns Hopkins.
Okay.
So they're trying to figure out what's wrong with her. She had some successful experimental ketamine therapy in Mexico. That works for a couple of years, and then she relapses a few years later. So they take her to the hospital in St. Joseph's, and she can't leave. Then they don't think that she really has the disease that her mom claims, that her mom is like pushing for them to give her ketamine, and they won't do it. Then they say, her mom is crazy and she has help me out, Dan. The
Munchausen by proxy.
Thank you. She's making her sick.
Munchausen by proxy syndrome.
Yeah, she's making her sick on purpose because of some psychological disorder that the mom has. So they keep the mother and the family and the daughter separated for a few months, and eventually the mom hangs herself. So then they release the girl, and they've come to find out she actually did have a legitimate condition that was causing her all this pain.
But her mom took a lick.
And they've been fighting the case ever since. So, they're trying to fight the hospital, I think, and the doctors that were involved from separating the mother and the daughter.
Now, have they found out that they didn't need to be separated the entire time now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And the mom already took a lick?
Yeah, she killed herself.
And so now Maya...
Which, oddly enough, worked because she was released after that.
And they should get $10 million or more.
Wish Jay would have got this case.
Yeah.
Your modern-day redneck solution to old-fashioned government-controlled radio.
Diabolic mind control.
Is Bubba the Love Sponge.
Munchausen. Like NCH.
Yeah.
Munchausen.
I know. I fucking.
I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Has found FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried guilty in his closely watched fraud trial. The former crypto king was charged with 2 counts of fraud and 5 counts of conspiracy. Over the month-long trial, prosecutors argued Bankman-Fried stole billions of dollars from customers to back his crypto-focused hedge fund, Alameda Research. FTX declared bankruptcy a year ago, with customers racing to withdraw funds. The collapse shocked cryptocurrency markets. Bankman-Fried faces more than 100 years in prison. before we get Bankman-Fried guilt.
Hi, Lemmy. Hi. Hi, Lemmy.
Big E 737525 on the super chat. Thank you, Big E.
Make sure you come back home.
System. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm moving.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras. Companies try all sorts of things before you leave to find their product maybe. Offer you a hat or even a hoodie. One grooming company in Cape Coral.
Is Alex gonna have us all on a list?
Yeah, give it to him next year.
Alex is so fucking whacked out. It's always drama with him, Lummy. You notice that?
Exactly.
Well, he's crazy. Is that part of his charm? Is that he's unhinged? Best movie ever?
The new parody.
Oh, I'm gonna do that next. Where's it at?
3H, where the mouse pointer is. SpongeBob Alex.
Where?
3H, SpongeBob Alex, where the mouse is. Below running without meat.
Oh, okay.
I sent you the trailer for the Maya deal if you want to play the trailer.
Okay. Is it on Netflix?
Yep. I watched it like 2 weeks ago.
How was? Would you recommend it?
Yeah, I mean it wasn't amazing.
Would
but
I
it
like
wasn't
it or no? Would I think it was
bad. You'd
stupid?
probably like it. I'd say you'd like it. Mostly because it's local, so you see like St. Pete shit. And
Hey, that new shit is called. I think it's called Pain Hustle, Lummy. It was shot all in Tampa.
Really?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's called Pain Hustle.
Pain Hustlers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was shot all in Tampa.
Uh-oh.
I just sent you that trailer.
You should be Pain Hustlers?
Yes.
Do you know who?
Dr. Bowen.
Oh, never mind. Oh.
Giving these motherfuckers for free at this point.
They don't offer like a punch card, Willie?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's beneath you.
It's beneath me.
Oh.
No, I would.
That's beneath. I love punch card Willies.
Like 10 punches, you get a free one.
Yeah.
That's beneath Dan. He doesn't
It's
have time
certainly
to.
beneath Jay, but
First of all, he would lose the punch card.
Right.
And then he'd
you
have
have it
to.
on your phone by now. Have
Well,
the app.
Maybe.
You got surgery today? Is today a big money day?
Today is office, Bubba.
Office?
Office.
That's right, office. yuck. I would just go right to the fucking laughing gas as soon as I got there.
Yeah, I use that more at the end of the day.
I'd have some in the carriage house. I'd have a.
Well, I'm just taking it home on the weekend.
I would have like 3 times the size of bottle that you have at the work at that carriage house.
A big old industrial, like.
Get to a safe place. Safe place.
The prison work release program gone horribly wrong.
You may want to duck.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge.
We'll do Bill O'Reilly at 8:45. That means about 8:36 or so, Lummy. I gotta be, because usually the Bill's right on time.
Oh yeah.
Usually he's got them scheduled like every 10 minutes. I'm going to first say to Bill, every time I have you on, we always say, listen, can you call me one day when we're not on the junket, the 10-minute junket, so we can go long form? I'm going to make him promise. I'll be like, Bill, I've been with you long enough now. Let's go long form one of these days, buddy, instead of these 10-minute little hit and gets.
Yeah.
So promise me that, Bill, please.
Well, maybe he just hadn't just recently released a new book. I mean, he's probably doing this as a kind of a promotion, right?
No, exactly. This is what they call a press junket.
Okay.
And so you have like 15-minute increments. You have 4 shows an hour that you're doing. Like he'll call me at 8:45 until 9. Then at 8, he'll probably be done with me by 8:58. And then he's got a 9 o'clock. He might be talking to a guy in Chicago at 9. And then at 9:15 he's going to be talking to somebody in New York. And then at 9:30 he'll be talking to somebody in Portland. And then at 9:45, Lumby, he'll be talking to somebody in Phoenix. And then he can go clear till noon and still get morning drive covered from the West Coast.
Right.
So, yeah, he'll be on the phone all day. I'm going to ask him, Bill, how many different radio interviews do you have lined up when you have to do these press junkets?
That's probably.
And who's the coolest?
50.
Me. Say
Of course.
It. So listen, Dan, I don't know if you've seen this or not. It's on Netflix, and it's called Pain Hustlers. And it's based out of not only Florida, but it looks like it was shot mostly in Tampa.
Tampa was one of the problem areas.
And this was not pain pills, but this was remember, Dan, when they had the fentanyl lollipops?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Well, this another drug manufacturer was doing like a kind of a bronchial or a nasal spray to people that had cancer. And they were offering this nasal kind of spray as an alternative to the fentanyl lollipops because people were saying the fentanyl lollipops were like giving them canker sores and like really messing their mouths up.
They were abrasive. It was like a powdered lollipop. It wasn't like a smooth blow pop. It was like one of those like cheap sugary, real almost like a wintergreen lifesaver textured lollipop.
This show, Pain Hustlers, shows this upstart company, and of course all these upstart drug big pharma companies, they got their word on the street with hot chicks. They got chicks to go in and try to persuade doctors to write scripts, and and it shows you the kind of the underworld of that, and it's all shot in Tampa. And I don't know if you would like this or not, but Dan, let's see. I think you would, because this is your power hour.
Is that Emily Blunt?
And Dan, I also think that you went through this because you are you are a plastic surgeon, and pain management is part of your repertoire.
Yes.
You deal with pain management.
Yes, I prescribe a lot of narcotics.
Dr. Bowen, cast the first stone, if you will. But this is my story.
She's just an old white trash girl, Lummy, that they meet at a strip club. She was a stripper. And she's pretty hot, too. She was a stripper, and this one drug guy, this real shyster dude's like, listen, man, you want to make $100,000 a year? Start slinging this cancer spray.
And I did it for the right reasons.
Dan, some of these female drug reps were making hundreds of thousands of dollars, were they not?
Mm-hmm.
When they were pushing the oxys,
Yes,
when they were pushing the nasal spray, when they were pushing the fentanyl lollipop.
In the 90s and early 2000s, being a pharmaceutical rep was like the greatest job ever. 'Cause
Oh, my
you had
God.
like an unlimited checkbook, and your life was entertainment.
Your life was to make
Wine
doctors
and
happy, right?
Yep, bring smiles.
You know what? Go into Dr.
Potato
Diaco's
salad.
office and cater lunch for the entire crew.
Yep.
That doesn't matter.
Yep.
And then take Dr. Dan out for dinner later that night. And then, maybe
And
some
then send him on a trip.
And then Dr. Dan would be like, I like this medication. Then they'd be like, hey, Dan, I think this is how it went. Hey, Dan, we need you to give a speech in New Orleans, and it pays $3,200.
Sign me up.
But weren't they doing that too?
Yep.
And so Dr. Dan would go in front of all these doctors and be like, listen, I'm Dr. Dan Diaco, and I'm going to let you know this stuff really works.
And here are the studies that show it works.
Yeah.
And here's my
Is that even
experience.
legal?
67 and a 65.
You can hire the sex toy if I can hire my mom.
You'll regret it.
So will you.
And Dan, not that it happened to you, but I think there was a lot of ass that was being doled out.
I think it was more the thought of it. It was more like a strip club. You know what I mean? Like, you're not really having sex with the dancers. You're just thinking about it.
It really didn't get into it at all. I mean, that was
Gives me Wolf of Wall Street vibes, and I'm down for that.
Yeah, I think you'd like it, Anna.
Yeah.
Now, here is the documentary that is on Netflix, oddly enough, which
Not
is
as sexy.
that is about this Maya case, which is in our own backyard.
Yes.
And this kind of lays out. Now, this is actually in trial as
Has
we
been
speak.
for years.
Right.
Yes.
And I think they're towards the latter part of it, are they not?
I think so.
Yeah.
We as parents tried to do the best we can for our children. But there's nothing that could prepare me for what I went through.
Did you get Fish on the J?
Yep.
You did get him?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Beata and I had a beautiful family. But then Maya started to get sick.
Maya had advanced
Man, Dan, we don't realize how fortunate we are to have healthy children. Because,
Absolutely.
I mean, oh my God. I mean, I know that we take a lot of things for granted, and my kid doesn't even talk to me, but I know that he's healthy. I know that at least.
complex regional pain syndrome. And
Maybe
we
a
know what the
screw
best
loose.
therapy is for it. It's called ketamine.
We're just blessed that we finally seen something working.
So they were given a girl that was diagnosed with what? And they were giving her ketamine. What was she originally diagnosed with?
Complex pain
Yeah,
syndrome.
it was like some general pain. And they took her to Mexico. They had her in a medically induced coma for like 6 days. So they were able to just give her a crazy amount of ketamine, and she came out of it, and she was good. She was
Maya
pretty much cured.
relapsed.
She started going like when she wanted to go to a rave?
Well, she was like
Yeah,
11, but then she relapsed.
explaining to the emergency room, this is what needs to be done.
Now, Dan, what is ketamine supposed to be medically used for?
It's a horse tranquilizer.
Oh no, hold on. So
Yeah.
it's not
It's
even
an animal tranquilizer.
Hold on, Dan.
Ketamine, they use it in vet clinics.
So you're
in
telling me
Mexico.
that ketamine's not even supposed to be used on humans?
I didn't say that. You asked the
Children.
question, what was it used for initially? And that is, like I said, it was a horse, or is it not a horse, or just an animal
Tranquilizer.
hypnotic?
So now, has it evolved into being used for humans?
Yes. And so a lot of times they would give it to a kid in an ER to snow him so you could sew him up.
You don't
And
understand.
snow
they
him
also-
means like make him pass out.
And
Right.
Now there's a recreational kind of rave
Right.
aspect
I've
to
heard
it.
of that.
And adults don't like ketamine either because they get bad dreams.
How much medication it takes to control her pain.
But they didn't listen.
They accused Beata of medical child abuse.
And that's when they told me I had to leave. That my daughter is under state custody.
What?
Yeah.
The state came in and then said that
Yep.
these parents, because they're giving their daughter some type of relief in a but this is Dr. Dan's COVID stuff all day, and the fact
All
that
day long.
like here's a doctor. Dan, I'm assuming that they're doing this under a doctor's care.
Wait. They were doing it in Mexico under a doctor's care. They come to America, and American medicine is not as open-minded as some other countries' medicines. And so when she presented to the hospital,
what they were doing.
What they were doing, they're like, something's wrong here. And the pediatricians, who, like I remember saying before when I was in medical school, were the absolute bottom of the medical school class. They are the dumbest doctors that exist, are pediatricians. I said it. And
say it. I, Dr. Dan.
Dr. Dan
plastic
said
surgeon
they were the
extraordinaire.
worst. They were literally the bottom of the class. They were giving away residencies. They were begging people to go into the residencies, and most of them were foreign medical graduates. So we're not talking about the top of the line doctors. Now, there are some smart pediatricians.
We're not talking about David Halprin or Daniel Diaco.
And there are a couple smart pediatricians, but as a group, they're not the creme de la creme. So anyway, they, instead of listening to the family and investigating this, decided that, this must be abuse. So now, as soon as that happens, the rights of the child and the rights of the parents have been taken away, and now the kid is in the custody of the state, which has really no idea the bottom line of what's going on.
They would try to convince me that my mom was doing things to me.
I do not want my child to suffer. She is still my child.
Our family was falling apart.
You're gonna cause more problems.
I'm fighting for my child. How should I feel?
No matter what we did, the court sided with the hospital staff.
Judges don't care about evidence.
You don't get to the truth.
Oh, yeah. I mean, judges, prosecuting attorneys, this whole state, and in particular this area, is so chocked full of corruption where it's just easy to continue to be corrupt and put your head in the sand than to actually have some balls and stand up to somebody.
The legal advice they were given was to just cooperate. Like, just go, yep, and that
again,
you would see
it discriminates against you if you don't cooperate.
Right.
It's designed against you.
Exactly.
And Bubba, it's not that different than Salem in 1690. Because everyone's corrupt. And so when you leave things to an entity that doesn't have any check and balance,
and that has immunity,
it's corrupt. And has immunity, they're corrupt.
Right, exactly.
Accepting what's in front of you without question.
I mean, you could almost look at every aspect of our life, and anybody that has immunity, whether it's municipality immunity, there's corruption involved anytime that there's immunity.
And by the way, there's been statutory immunity to all the vaccine companies. That's why it's going to be very difficult for the Morgans and anyone else to try to sue them
there's no claim.
Unless they can prove evil and fraud. And then there may be an outlet, there may be a mechanism for it. And so the reason that they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling down is because...
Got a COVID shot, call, pound law, that's all. I mean, hey, we can laugh now, but I guarantee you in the next 5 years, we're going to be hearing that commercial. COVID shot, call, pound law.
And I realized that this was a lot bigger than just the Kowalskis.
How many times are you allowed to be wrong and destroy lives before they say, okay, that's enough?
These families walked in hoping for help.
I mean, Dan, this is kind of like if the government would have gone after you for your non-conventional aggressive COVID treatment that is 100% effective, but had they tried to make an example, which they at times that thought they might, had they continued to screw with you.
But I think this is different, a little bit different. I think this is more like you're with Tyler and he falls down the steps. You take him to the hospital and they're like, parental child abuse. And suddenly they take your child away. But wait. He fell down the steps. Sure he did. And all of a sudden you're out of child.
Well,
and you've been labeled
this is
an
loss
abuser.
of parental rights.
And this is
I think they call it like being medically kidnapped.
Hold on, I lost parental rights 2 years ago.
And some of them walked out in handcuffs.
I think I want to watch this.
I'm definitely going to watch it, and I'll have an opinion for you.
Now, this is Maya,
I know
right?
the case.
Yeah,
I watched
she's
the
like
opening.
17 now.
I watched the opening statements when I was in California. It just happened that there was no TV or cable there. All they had was like Samsung TV, some kind of smart television, and this trial was on, so I watched the openings.
During this period of time, do you recall an instance where your mom was trying to get in touch with you and the nurse said something different than just simply putting it through to you?
Which instance?
So what ultimately happened, right, with the mom?
No, she killed herself.
Correct. And so there's this surviving husband.
They had her spun as such a nut job, right?
Right. And so they have the surviving husband, her, and a surviving brother. 3 people survived, and the mother committed suicide. I think it was after 91 days of her daughter being involuntarily committed.
During this
And
period,
then when they found out that she did kill herself, they spun it as like, well, good thing we didn't let her go back home because obviously her mother was unwell. She was crazy.
They defamed her on the backside.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
So it's like you're damned if you do, damned
This
if
is
you
one
don't.
of the best cases ever because you know why? Because it's the saddest situation.
Who are they?
ever.
Who is suing who?
The hospital.
They're suing the doctors that involuntarily took the daughter from the mother, and they're suing the hospital. And there were about 3 defendants. I believe it's the doctor who came to the conclusion to do it. No judges, just the doctors. It's a medical malpractice case.
And quite frankly, I'm not ever. It probably is a pretty damn good slam dunk, ain't it?
I'd rather be on the plaintiff's side of this one.
That's what I'm saying. Is
yeah, I heard the defense lawyer. I know him very well, Tom Masterson.
You wouldn't mind having this case in your docket.
Absolutely.
Then why was it taking? They've been in trial for like 4 or 5 years.
They've been in trial, actually. The case has been around for 4 or 5 years, but they've been in trial since September 20th.
Yeah.
Okay.
September 20th was the first day of the trial.
Your mom called for you, and you did not receive the call, but overheard what was said.
Yes, so I remember that my mom was on this phone call, and the person who she was speaking to, a person at the hospital, I'm not sure what role they had, but they claimed that I never asked to speak to my mom. I was doing fine. I was okay in my room. I hadn't had any questions about
How old was she when they took her away?
Like 11.
Right.
Okay, all right.
why my parents weren't allowed to see me.
So she's like, at 11, man, you know you miss your mom. You want to see your mom. You want to see your
crying
dad.
for her mom.
You know
definitely something's wrong.
You know that there's some monkey business going around that somebody's taking your mom from you. You know that you're being sequestered. You probably know all that.
At 11? My daughter's 11.
Right.
She's, yes,
Very
absolutely knows
perceptive.
everything that's going. She's hyper aware of what's going
Right.
on. They misdiagnosed her, Dan, with RSD.
I know.
Here we go.
And that infuriated me so much because all I did for days on end was demand to speak to my parents. That's all I wanted to do. And I most certainly wasn't just sitting in my room. I was crying.
Did they literally have her locked up?
Yes.
Yeah, she couldn't leave the hospital.
And the parents
For 3
couldn't see her.
months. The dad could a little bit. The dad
Is
could
this
once a week or
slam
something.
dunk or what?
Yep. So after 91 days of being, completely excluded from her daughter's life or medical treatment or any involvement whatsoever, she took her life.
And then she was released just in time to go to her mother's funeral.
Right.
So sad.
Oh my
After
God.
they defamed her.
Yes.
Let me do some words. We'll do Bill O'Reilly next.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, we'll be right back.
So Dan, that's one of those cases where we happened to just be watching it, where Pity was in the room and my wife was in the room, and I said, this is the difference between an average plaintiff's lawyer and a great med mal lawyer. The plaintiff's lawyer got up with a yellow pad. He didn't know the story as well as you would know it. You'd make him cry if you were telling a story about what happened. He was referring to notes and times and dates with it. I mean, it was very, very average, mediocre. Then the defense lawyer gets up, who I know extremely well since I was a first-year lawyer, Tom Masterson. And he's got the really bad case. And he gets up and he does a note-free opening statement with command of our audio visuals, where he was going through methodically as to why this was the right diagnosis. And it's not an easy trial for that guy. I mean, it would be, you and I would have handled it much differently.
Tim Maluka.
And, you tell that story, what do you need to know for? Right?
I agree.
I mean, I would give you that opening statement in 4 seconds because I know that you would absolutely stick it like Mary Lou Retton.
Yeah.
What it? Nice.
He would, 100%. If you've ever seen Dan in the pocket in one of those situations, he's like Bubba. He's a game dayer.
What is RSD?
Reflex sympathetic dystrophy.
It's, again, a weird
Some
nerve.
people think it is. Some people think
It's a
it's
weird
not.
nerve disease.
It's
That's what they
it
claim
makes
she
people
had?
hypersensitive to pain, so you could just touch them sometimes and they could wince in pain.
But that wasn't actually what she had.
Well, it was they were saying it was a misdiagnosis of
It's a complex regional pain syndrome, which is another weird one. They're all weird.
They're non-specific,
General
diffuse
disorders.
Yes, but they're super. And some people think that there's a psychiatric element to it.
Right.
But it's the treatment that the mother had done was kind of alternative therapies.
Right, because nothing else was working.
Right.
In the old days, they said there was a witch.
Right. Well, in the old days when we were kids, they let Jehovah's Witnesses refuse medical treatment.
Yeah,
they
that's
don't
what
allow that
they,
anymore.
We had a place called the Glory Barn in Warsaw. It was called the Glory Barn, and the Glory Barn kids couldn't watch movies at school and couldn't get any of the vaccinations.
Right. And they respected the religious, perspective. So, yeah, they took her because they were not convinced that the treatment the mother had been using over the last year or so. She'd gone around the country and found this type of medication
She went to Mexico,
that was, controversial.
Yeah.
But the doc was prescribed by a doctor, and it was working for the daughter. And so then the rest of this happened because they thought that she was.
So why does it matter from like RSD to the other one? Like.
Because if it's RSD, then the type of treatment.
It
The
would be
defense is
different.
just that it wasn't a misdiagnosis and that the treatment was reasonable.
I heard they
basically.
couldn't, in the documentary, they said they couldn't testify for like 2 or 3 years. Like, this is all new, because they...
It takes years, so that's true.
Oh, okay.
Because
Because they didn't even want to hear from the family. Like, they wouldn't allow them to tell their story until now.
It can take years before, like, the person whose, medical conditions at issue is deposed. Years. I've had
So what
cases
is
go 5
the
years,
start
10
of
years.
what is the start of that legal process? It's not the trial, but it's the
Filing of the lawsuit.
Okay, lawsuit. Okay.
And then once you file the lawsuit, you have subpoena power, so they subpoena all the medical records.
Yeah.
And then once they get all the medical records, they decide who they want to take for depositions of the doctor and of the family. And then once they've deposed everybody, they get experts. And the
Yeah.
experts
Well, I
are
guess
the
it was
bar.
kind of hard because I think the woman that allowed this to happen, like the medical kidnapping, she worked for the state, so I guess.
That person has immunity.
Yeah.
But the case that I saw was against the hospital, the doctor. That's the one that's going on. So I don't know if the state already settled out. They may have.
I have
because they
no
only
idea. I haven't really been following it after I watched it.
We'll probably fight it all away. No reason not to.
So.
But what's going to trial? It's going to probably pick everybody.
Well, think about how that case is. I mean, for them to have gone to trial, you wonder what kind of offers were made.
Big ones.
But then it doesn't
You'd be
help.
shocked, wouldn't you? 3 people, a husband and 2 kids. I mean, that case is worth 6, 10, easy, 20 at trial.
But the reason why this is in the news now is because she couldn't testify because she was in too much pain. But then pictures came out that she was dressed up like in some slutty devil outfit the night or the day that she was supposed to testify.
Okay.
So now they're just like, oh, she's a fucking liar.
Well, I mean, that's like crazy. She's not allowed to get dressed up.
Well,
You
they
know
said
what I mean?
she said she couldn't testify in court because she was in too much pain, and then
Could she wear
pictures
clothes?
emerge. Huh?
It's just, I just hate taking a picture out of context and using that to impeach the credibility of someone who's had a claim for years. One day, this Halloween.
Maybe she just wanted the day off to just fucking slut it up with her friends, which fair enough.
Maybe she stayed inside and gave candy in a devil outfit.
I don't think so, Jay.
Maybe she did a Casey Anthony and got on a bar table and raged.
Yeah, let's see. Caught partying in sexy outfit after attorney said she was in too much pain for court.
Yeah, let me look over your shoulder.
Sorry, I have like ad blockers, so I can't.
No, I say, yeah, I hate that New York Post. As for a lawyer, I would say, bad luck, sweetie.
Yeah. Alright, I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
$220 million malpractice trial.
That's what they're asking for?
220 million? Yeah, they want 100 million.
Is he gonna Zoom or call?
He's calling in.
Target 50.
Okay, I better take. But I can leave my phones on hold because he's calling the warm line, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The following broadcast is not for the mocha soy latte drinking, tree hugging, Birkenstock wearing crowd.
I'm not giving you a compliment.
If you tuned in by accident, get the f out of here now before all the beer drinking, whiskey shooting hellraisers find out.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bill O'Reilly in about 3 minutes. Bill has a new book called Killing the Witches. It's the, I think, 13th book in his killing series. I think his last one was about killing Kennedy, wasn't it, or something like that?
Yeah, I don't think that was one of his first few.
Former high school history teacher, which you guys don't know. He was a punter on the football team, a goalie on the hockey team.
I didn't.
I know he played hockey. I didn't know he was a punter.
Yeah, he was a punter as well. Yeah. How big is Bill? Is
He's
Bill
tall. I would say 6'2", probably.
No, I think he's a little taller than that.
6'5" or something.
Yeah,
Hey,
6'5".
Alexa, how tall and how much does Bill O'Reilly weigh?
I don't know the weight of Bill O'Reilly, but he is 6 feet 4 inches tall.
Wow. He's 6'4".
He's lumby size.
Yeah, he'll whip some ass. He will. Bill will be on here momentarily. Lummy, we have a new parody. We probably could get this new parody in.
Yes.
Before Bill calls.
Yeah, it's
and what's the premise of the new parody? You're always the parody setup guy, and who sings it?
John from Naples.
So it's part of our Hit Mix 3.
Yes, and it's called Sponge Job Alex Stein.
Sponge Job
Alex
You're sure it's not SpongeBob, Alex Stein?
No, Sponge Job.
And this is from Dark
Alex,
Match Steve?
John from Naples.
John from Naples.
I've become friends with this guy. His name's Bubba the Love Sponge. He used to be on Howard Stern's network.
I know who he is.
Yeah, so you've heard of Bubba. But he's famous because his wife slept with Hulk Hogan.
Now, was that Roseanne Barr that said? All right, so she said, didn't she say she knew me?
Yeah, she knew you.
Let's get her on, Lummy.
Yeah. Tried, and so is Alex.
I've become friends with this guy. His name's Bubba the Love Sponge. He used to be on Howard Stern's network.
I know who he is.
Yeah, so you've heard of Bubba. But he's famous because his wife slept with Hulk Hogan and it got released. And he's like, Alex, I'm just a swinger. But there's more to it than that. Like,
Alex went woke. He thinks that Bubba is a joke. Betrays his friendship, throws him under the bus. Eats Oreos when he stays.
It's true.
He's with Bubba and the merch crick, and we know he's just a wolf wearing sheepy looking clothes. He used to bond guys out of jail if they can't make bail. Now his head's getting fat, he's gonna do a boxing match. He never got with the hot chicks until his stupid tricks. Now doing cosplay cause he's desperate just to get you to clicks.
Is that Bill?
Don't be late, watch out.
All right, good. We'll stop that and go to Bill because he didn't have a lot of time. Nope. He's my man. Hey, Bill, it's Bubba. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard him on the other end.
Oh, I don't hear him.
Bill? Bill, you there? I think we got hung up on.
Yeah, I talked to his producer.
Bill.
Hold on, please, hold on.
Oh, okay, thank you. We got to hold for Bill because he's talking to Atwood, Indiana, or something like that right now. Bill should know when he sees Bubba the Love Sponge, he should just go immediately to me because I'm definitely friend, not foe.
Hang up on the zookeepers in Indiana.
Yeah, hang up on the zookeepers in Iowa, Bill, who doesn't care about you like I do. I give Bill carte blanche. Hell, Bill could call in for 30. Hello?
O'Reilly on the line.
Bill O'Reilly, it's Bubba the Love Sponge.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
I was hoping you were telling the zookeeper out of Indiana that you had a bigger name on the line and you had to go. Bubba the Love Sponge. Bill, you know what? Now we say this all the time, and I really want to hold your feet to the fire because I know that you're doing your junket right now, and that's like, you got like one station after another. You're going to be doing it just ad nauseum all day, talking about your book. But I always say, Bill, could we have you just call in one time and we just free flow it? I mean, talk about from the fact that you used to be a punter. You were a punter back at Marist. I mean, like just all kinds of great stuff. We can't get a big, really good interview in 15 minutes. So maybe one of these days, Bill, we could do a long one.
I'd be happy to do it, Bubba. Just give my folks a call. But remember, I'm running 3 corporations here.
No, I know. I know
so
you
it's
are.
Not like, I'm not riding around the golf cart in the villages.
No, you're writing books.
I'd be happy to talk to you. We'll slot it in, and we'll just kick it around.
I'd love to do that. By the way, Bill O'Reilly on the phone. His newest book just came out on September 26th, 2023. It's his latest in his unprecedented best-selling series. This is his 13th book in his killing series. and this is called Killing the Witches, and it takes a really, really deep look at when we all, probably a little bit learned. Not all of us had Bill O'Reilly as a history teacher, so maybe we didn't learn this as thoroughly as we should have, but the Salem witch, trials and things like that, Bill, and I think this really breaks it down starting like in 1692, I think.
Yeah, it's the 13th of the series, the best-selling nonfiction book series in the world. And I wrote the book because the witch hunt is back in the form of cancel culture today. And people don't really understand how harmful and horrible 1692 in Salem is, and a lot of people don't care. I understand that. But if you really want to know how your country was founded, beginning on the Mayflower, and Bubba, believe me, you and I would not have wanted to been on that voyage.
Doesn't sound like
you
it.
and I would have been thrown overboard.
I don't know, Bill.
We
You're
would have been drowned.
6'3", pretty tough, former punter. I'm 5'10".
Yeah, but we were outnumbered. They would not have put up with us.
And Bubba, the boat was like 5 feet. They kept all the passengers on the boat below the deck. There was only 5-foot ceilings. They had to go to the bathroom in a bucket that was rarely emptied. It was filthy. People died on the boat. It was disgusting conditions. And then when they landed in America, half of them died in the first few years. It was a disaster.
And that's what led to the hysteria in Salem, because the people were brutally unhappy and fearful, and the devil was everywhere and all of that stuff. And now you fast forward up to where the guy who uses the term witch hunt the most is Donald Trump. In fact, I ran into one of his guys last week, and I said, whenever he says witch hunt, can he just hold up the cover of Killing the Witches?
Can Donald say, this is just nothing but a witch hunt, just like what Bill wrote about? My buddy Bill wrote a book about
it. Like what O'Reilly wrote in Killing the Witches. That would be fabulous.
That would be the best. Bill, would that be the best if Donald would be like, let me tell you something, this is a witch hunt, just like the way Bill says it in his new book, Killing the Witches. It's extraordinary. Highly recommended.
That's right.
Super book.
That would be fabulous. But, when all accusations become convictions, I mean, that's why, look, Witches is a phenomenal bestseller already, because people, they can, it's simple. Some girl, 11, 12 years old, points at you and says you're a witch, and 2 weeks later, you got a rope around your neck.
I mean, now, Bill, is this literally the first misdiagnosis of mental health? I mean, could you? Is it that big of a? I mean, could you say that maybe?
Well, it was mass hysteria, and the kicker was that there were good people in Salem, but if you stood up against this, then the next day you were accused of being a witch.
Yep, you're a heretic.
So your life was over.
So it's just
it's
just like what we're going through. Like if you go against the grain, you don't get a rope around your neck, but you literally get your foundation pulled out from underneath you. You could lose 5, 6, 7 platforms in a day if you chirp loud enough.
If you're just accused.
This cancel culture was invented 10 years ago by the progressive far left to destroy its enemies, and it worked. And they took it right out of Saul Alinsky's book, Rules for Radicals.
Yep.
But now what's interesting is, because of the Hamas-Israel situation, those who are standing with Hamas, they risk their whole careers being blown up now. The cancel culture is turning on the far left. That's a little irony. But we live in a country now where due process is not respected. And the media drives that because they want the accusation on page one, or they want to lead the television broadcast with a radio broadcast. And if you're not guilty, they don't give a fig.
Right.
No, it's a little paragraph on page 10.
Yeah, it's a blip. It's a little blurb, just a little blurb. That's it. But boy, man, the accusations and all that is just enough to kill a guy.
And by that time, the reputation is already tarnished, and everyone hates you.
That's right.
And
because people don't pay that close attention. They see the big thing, and then they drift away. Yeah. And the damage that's done not only to the individual accused, but the families, the children, all of that is just incalculable. And there are very few people in this country sticking up against that. Hollywood loves that. Hollywood will, if you go against the far left orthodoxy in Hollywood, you don't work. Period.
True. No, you don't. You don't.
Yeah. I mean, I know all of them out there, all the actors, I know them, and they'll confide to me, like, I can't say a word about, I know it's wrong what's going on in this country, but I can't say anything because I won't get any job offers. And that happens in the media, the television media in particular. When the big corporations are run by these far-left people, if you don't toe that line, you're not on TV.
No, you're not.
So that's why I wrote this book. It's a very important book. And then we get into, is there a devil? Is there demonic possession? And we tell you the story about the Exorcist book and movie, which is a harrowing story. And people don't know about it. So, the book sold more than 200,000 copies in 5 weeks. And now, after Bubba, it's got to go to 250, right?
Oh, yeah, we got to go to 250, Bill. Bill, Bill, in Miami, when you were a history teacher, were you a good history teacher or were you a hard ass?
Well, you could be a hard ass and be
hard,
good.
But I was the original Mr. Cotter. Remember Welcome Back, Cotter?
Yeah.
That was me. The eyes of sweat hogs, I had them. But what I did was in Opalaka, and if you want a nice weekend, that's where you go.
Yeah, we want to go there, right?
Oh, yeah. What I did was I knew that the kids in the class couldn't care less about history. All right? They were forced to be there. But I made it come alive by personalizing the stories. And then when I decided to write a bunch of history books, I used the same techniques that worked on these kids. Not all of them. I mean, some of them were too busy sniffing glue. They weren't going to pay attention no matter what I did.
Right.
But I got through to most of them, and it's worked great.
Bill, I being in radio nearly 40 years, and you've been doing it even longer. I really appreciate, there's not a lot of old school radio or television guys that did it like the way I did it. I went Terre Haute, Grand Rapids, San Antonio, Chicago, Philly, Orlando, Chicago, Milwaukee, Tampa. And back when you were as either a radio guy or as a television guy, you had to go do the small markets, and then I think you went Scranton, Dallas, Denver, Hartford, then got that big CBS gig in New York. But you had to go to Scranton, and you had to go to Denver, and you had to go to Hartford for 2 or 3 years at a time before you could get that big New York gig. And I don't know that the industry is even like that anymore. They just plug and play based on what your ethnicity is or what your political affiliation is, and they're not looking for a guy that's cut his teeth on 5 or 6 small markets and deserves to be now in New York. They just plug and play what they think that is politically correct at the end of the day.
Well, it's even more than that. So when you and I were coming up, and both of us have a similar history in the sense we were run out of those towns.
For sure.
You are so correct.
When we learned our craft, we did it because the hiring at the higher levels, at the top 5 markets, local and then the national news, was very intense. There was competition. Who was the best reporter? Who was the best broadcaster? That kind of thing. Now it's gone.
Yeah,
so
now it's just what it's a description of what you are and whether that works or not in the world that they're living in.
Yeah, and it's connections too. So I live in New York, the biggest market in the country. I turn on the local news, and there's Tiffany from someplace who doesn't even know how to pronounce Westchester. I mean, it's crazy.
But Tiffany's female. But Tiffany's female.
Yeah, Tiffany checks the boxes like Kamala.
Right.
And Tiffany's there. Her dad knows somebody somewhere. And then Tiffany reporting from Westchester. I'm going, what the deuce? Because they don't care. It doesn't matter anymore who's number one. That's shocking.
Yeah.
So CNN, obviously dissolving, they still make enough money where they're not panicked because their audience is declining every week. They still rake in that dough. It used to be they want to be number one or number two, and if you weren't, you got, axed. Not now. So there's a lot of difference in the quality. It drives me crazy. When I see these people talking about Hamas and Israel, they don't know anything. I wrote Killing the Killers about this whole terror thing. I laid it out for everybody. All right? And you don't negotiate with Hamas. They're not going to honor anything. And I'm going, this is insane. You're bringing nothing to the story. You don't know anything. I'm yelling at the actual correspondents and analysts now.
Right.
But that's the way it is.
Hold on. That's a reality show right now. Bill O'Reilly breaking down and yelling at the television person. And how much that's a show. That's a show I want to watch. Bill O'Reilly breaking it down. That's what I want to watch.
Hey, Bill.
Okay, but first I got to do the Senior Bachelor. Can you believe this stuff?
It's terrible.
Oh, it's horrible, is it not?
It's the Golden Bachelor, please.
Guy, what are you doing? What do you got? Oh, now we're going to go play pickleball. And people are watching this.
It's getting record ratings, man. Who thought that people were really that interested in Grandma getting laid? Like, right?
I don't know if I put it that way, but it's ridiculous.
Dan, you got a question for Bill?
Yeah. Hey, Bill. Good morning. I read Killing the Mob, and I've started reading, Killing the Witches. The intro is really riveting, describing very vividly someone being burned alive at the stake. And then, I think one of the problems with history classes, at least when I was a child, and it seems like as my child is taking history and world history, is the details make the stories so much more memorable, but we summarize like, okay, 1692, Salem Witch Hunt, 1695, this happened, 1680, this happened.
Yeah, right.
And you lose, because when you can identify with a story, when you have a reference point, when you're like, oh, I understand. I was a 12-year-old one time. I understand what it's like to be in this situation. The stories are so much more memorable, and it's interesting the way the way the book flows, because it makes it look like, oh my God, I could see this actually happening. And
yeah, we put you there.
It really does.
That's what I did with the urchins in Opelika, north of Miami.
Yeah.
I put them there.
And that is how they remember.
The experience we try to do in all the killing books. And by the way, you can buy the whole set on BillO'Reilly.com for Christmas or Hanukkah gift, whatever you want. We have them bundled up. But the experience I try to give you is I put you there.
Yes.
You're there.
I feel like
no matter what we're writing about. You're standing there in the room.
Yeah.
And it's really worked great. And I appreciate you reading the book because, a lot of these interviews that Bubba referred to at the beginning of the chat today, these people have no idea. They don't read.
We're huge fans of your Bill. Now, maybe not the zookeeper in Atwood, Indiana, but we're big fans. I go back to the KATU Portland, Oregon days. Come on now, buddy.
It's funny because the smartest person in the book is the Jamaican slave.
Yeah,
that saves her own ass.
The one that rolled it in.
Rolled on everybody else. It's amazing. I'm surprised Sam Bankman-Fried didn't do that.
Man, that guy's in trouble.
The question I want to ask you, though, Bill, and this is a real philosophical question, is obviously in that society, in the early American Puritan societies, the government and religion were so intermingled, and we're trying to separate the two. How do we reconcile when there are such strong religious beliefs that are being, diametrically opposed by religious beliefs? And how does a country that says, one nation under God, try to really keep religion out of government?
Well, that's the middle part of Killing the Witches. So there was no government. Once they call them pilgrims 100 years later, they were Puritans when they got here. The ministers ran it. And they had elected people, but they didn't have any power. The ministers basically had the power because they could expel you. Mm-hmm. They could boot you out of there, and then if they booted you out of the colony, you were dead.
Right.
Because you couldn't survive in the wilderness, and you had Native Americans. Some were friendly, some were not, that kind of thing. But there wasn't any government. It was a theocracy like Iran is today.
Mm-hmm.
It was run by religious fanatics. And what happened was that Benjamin Franklin, a young teenager in Boston, got onto this. the Salem thing and all of that, and he visited that top witch hunter, Cotton Mather, at Mather's home in Boston. And Franklin was so appalled by all of this, the witches, the theocracy, he brought that to the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia decades later, and he and Madison and Jefferson said no religion in the Constitution, where Patrick Henry, the give me liberty, give me death guy, governor of Virginia, said, no. We have to define the new country as a Christian nation. Big brawl. And we put you right in the middle of that brawl in Philadelphia. So Franklin and Jefferson and Madison win, which is why today there's no imposition of religion in America.
Bill O'Reilly.
Wow.
Bill O'Reilly, and talking about his new book, Killing the Witches. We have Bill on with every one of his new books. And Bill, I know you got to get going, but love to get a hold of your people. Maybe earmark another 20 or 30 minutes just for us to BS.
Sure.
I just really.
We'll do it. We'll do it late November. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'll slot it in. I'll make sure it happens.
Bill, much love to you, my friend. As you know, man, we'd love to have you on anytime. And we will continue to promote the book and hopefully talk to you in a month or so.
Very nice of you. Thanks for having me in today.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Bill.
Bill. Thank you.
Bye, Bill. Be careful. I really like that guy.
What a smart guy, Jesus.
Oh, I mean, yeah. What a smart
His knowledge
guy.
of breaking down the Constitution and the fights that led it to separation of church and state versus, well, I never heard that before, that there was this battle over trying to make it a Christian country versus separation of church and state, and that
But it's
Ben
kinda,
Franklin won it.
And oddly enough, there, 1650, what was it? So I'm sorry.
1692 was when that's when the peak of it
is very barbaric, but kind of on the same foundation of what we're living in today's world.
Yeah, it's financial death.
Or during the McCarthy era, where everyone was a communist.
Nobody's putting a neck on nobody's putting a rope around your neck or burning you at high noon on a stake, but they can ruin your life and make you insignificant in a half an hour.
Well, we're letting children define things for us, like what it means to be a woman, and we're listening. I'm this. Okay, that's just like the Salem witch trials. The kids were making the accusation, and the parents and the church were saying, you're right. And so now the kids can say anything, and everyone's like, oh, my God, they must be right.
Right. They put all this credence in kids, and a lot of times kids are just being a bunch of dicks. I mean for real. I mean, right? I mean, Dan, when we were kids, we did dickish stuff. We still
do. Sorry.
We do 3 days a week. Jay, big trial today, big hearing today, big something today, because, boy, you are suited
up. The nice watch
yeah,
on, the suit.
That's Jay. That's important, Jay. That's not Jay's going back to the office
that means I'm successful.
to look at a few documents. That looks like
peacocking.
That looks like courtroom, Jay.
It's also, I've got to present myself well as Bubba's lawyer when I'm here with Mr. O'Reilly.
Well, he can't see us, but
well, it doesn't matter. I have a uniform,
Twitch.
but no, I got important stuff going on today.
Yeah, you do. Like really important stuff.
Sure.
Enough to break out the threads, cuz.
Yes, sir.
Lummy, thank you for giving me a couple of days heads up so I got to jump on that book, too.
Oh, listen,
I think it was appreciated.
Dan, listen, I got to tell you, you nailed it by knowing a little bit about the book and having read just a little bit, enough to be able to get through. But you nailed it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Cliff Notes worked.
And he's going to go back and say, man, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, I don't know who that dude was, but he nailed it.
Yeah.
So,
but the beautiful thing is,
Lummy, make sure, when we have authors on, make sure you get the book to Dan. At least a week, okay? He's a speed reader, too.
I read the other guy's book, too, but that didn't come on, the COVID guy. And that's where I learned about some of those theories.
You were loaded for bear on that guy, weren't you?
No, not that guy. Who was
wasn't
who
there
pushed out? No, we had a real author.
Wasn't there another dude that we were supposed to get on?
I reached out and he canceled.
And Dan, you were all juiced up on him.
Yeah.
You had copious notes, did you not?
I was ready to go, man. I had my magazines were loaded.
That COVID author wants to come on. He just...
You mean the guy that Dan's going to completely bury?
No, the guy that I agreed with.
Get that guy on, though.
Yeah, the military guy that wrote the book.
We can get that guy on.
No, get the guy that opposes Dan on. How do we get him?
I tried, but then he wouldn't answer me.
Because he's scared.
He's a little.
There's got to be somebody doing something guest-wise with regards
Will
to.
Tyson. What about Tyson DeGrand or whatever his name is? Get that guy on here and
Neil
let him talk to
deGrasse
Dan.
Tyson?
What about
can
Fauci?
you get him to talk about
Can you
Dan?
get Fauci on?
Yeah.
I don't know why we couldn't get Fauci at this point.
I mean, like, why?
Seriously, Lemmy, do you think we could bamboozle him somehow? Because he can't. He's not. Obviously, he's not that smart.
What do Italians like? How can I lure him in?
Red wine.
We have
Red
cannolis
wine,
for
we got
you.
red wine.
Red wine and cash.
No,
We have
just
red
said,
wine,
you know,
cash, and
Cannolis.
risotto.
We've been big proponents of getting of the vaccine, and we just want to talk to the guy that's
Promoting boosters.
that is pretty much synonymous with the vaccination process. And when Trump early on reverted to him. Obviously, Biden. I don't think he's been fired, isn't he? Still? Does he?
No,
still?
he retired.
He retired. Okay.
He's like 80 something.
And he's getting paid.
Tell him we want to talk
And
about
Secret
bringing
Service
back
protection.
masks.
How is he getting paid? Like just by Big Pharma?
Well, that and also his pension.
And all the patents he has on those little weird things that seem to be showing up a lot in these vaccines and in the virus. It's so bizarre that this guy is allowed to walk on the face of the earth.
Dan, hold on, Dan. If we did have Fauci, could you really start out like real cool Dan, nice Dan, rub his belly a little bit, tell him how cool he is?
Oh, yeah.
I know you know a lot about him. Maybe refer to some of his 80 rulings and AIDS and how you agree with them and all that kind of deal. And he's starting to feel real good. Then you give him the good news. Would you go crazy on him?
You got to tickle it a little bit before you.
Would you say
smash
you're a
it.
criminal and you deserve to be in prison? You nut job? Like, would you say
You'd
that?
go full on Chuck Schumer on him.
I hope not. I'm not going to show my cards right now because I think it'll be more effective. And right now, I'm just going to say I'm a big fan.
Fauci.
Big fan of the Fauci man.
Go Fauci, go.
Go Fauci, go.
I'm friends with this guy. His name's Bubba the Love Sponge. He used to be on Howard Stern's network.
I know who he is.
Yeah, so you've heard of Bubba, but he's famous because his wife slept with Hulk Hogan and it got released. And he's like, Alex, I'm just a swinger. But there's more to it than that. Like,
Alex went, whoa, he thinks that Bubba is a joke, betrays his friendship, throws him under the bus. Eats Oreos when he stays with Bubba and the merch crick, and we know he's just a wolf wearing sheepy looking clothes. He used to pawn guys out of jail if they can't make bail. Now his head's getting fat, he's gonna do a boxing match. He never got with the hot chicks until his stupid tricks. Now doing cosplay cause he's desperate just to get you 2 clicks.
Doing cosplay because he's desperate to get 2 clicks.
So don't be played, watch out, Alex is searching for clout. Used car salesman type of hack, he turned odometers back. He bonded guys out of jail, does anything for the sale. But nonetheless I say Alex Stein keeps chopping out the sponge.
Dealing with a used car salesman because I'm 2024 and you're 1994.
29 years ago, Bubba ruled the radio while
29 years ago.
Alex played with pickup sticks, now he's a simp on a blimp. And he just jobs out Bubba every single chance he gets, stealing the bits Bubba did back in 96. And now he's on ahead and throws Bubba to the wind every chance that he gets. He just keeps stepping on his neck. And just like Manson, he just stands on bridges that Bubba built. And just like Spice, he'll stick a knife in Bubba's back. He's a shill. So don't be played.
I hope not.
Out. Alex is searching for clout. Prepaid got wise and got out. Alex has cats in his house, and we all know what they say. Guys who have cats are not straight, but nonetheless, second time Alex Stein keeps jobbing out the sponge.
Son of a bitch. I'm tired of it. Well, he jobbed me out even further. I had my place all ready to go for him to come, coming in late last night at midnight, 12:05.
You gonna eat all the snacks?
No, I'm not going to eat all of his snacks.
I wonder how long it's going to take.
And Lummy, I don't think that he's going to. I think that he has it planned now. His only day he was going to stay with me was last night, so I don't think I got to worry about him at all.
Are you kind of relieved, maybe?
I am very.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I wonder how long before Alex blocks Real John on Instagram.
I'm sure. He probably loves the song.
It's a good.
It's a big song.
Real John's been getting blocked from a lot of people on Instagram, it seems.
Bubba, there's been a big thing in chat here recently.
We're at in chat. Which chat? There's
Rumble, YouTube,
Twitch, Facebook.
Facebook.
Right. We're on 4 Deep right now.
Yeah.
Twitch, Facebook, Rumble, and YouTube. Go to our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army. We're so very close. We're like 1,799 away from 100,000 subscribers.
So it looks like it's a runaway that since Dr. Dan absolutely destroyed the interview and made it so great, they're calling for a belt change.
Oh, you know what? I could see where they would. I
Drop the hero. They
did his homework.
Yeah,
you sure did.
I would have. Well, it's not. It's not.
I know. Just chat's
No,
really.
hold on. I'm trying to pull. Oh,
You don't
here we
want to
go.
be
Hold
Bubba
on
Populous? Give the people what they want?
No, I'm
thumbs up or thumbs down.
Lummy, a lot of times chat will lead you down the wrong road.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you could potentially get chat cancer. And Anna has to, read chat with knowing that she's really a good person and that we love her and she does fit in because they're sometimes brutal to her. But Dan is worthy of his for the prep. I mean, I'm telling you right now, Bill O'Reilly is telling his publicist, man, they really did read the book. I mean, like,
they knew about the Jamaican slave and everything.
As the guy who wrote the book, you can tell whether the guy that's interviewing you read the book or not.
Oh yeah.
Dan dropped a character name.
Oh, and when Dan brought the Jamaican slave,
I
trying to
know.
talk and
With the Jamaican slave kicker.
Oh yeah.
I was like, woo!
Bill was
Pretty
like,
strong, Dan.
oh man. So indeed, Lummy.
Proud brother over here.
Thank you for. I don't get a chance to monitor chat, Lummy, like you do. You're the ambassador, the union rep of chat.
Yes.
And it's probably really, really hurts them to even pull this away from you because you are their favorite.
Chat hero.
But chat is, at the end of the day, does the right thing, Lummy.
And I'm the one who has it, so he killed it. He
taking
did
it, chat telling you to potentially relinquish it to Dan, run it through me, is indeed the right thing to do.
Dan's so excited.
So hand it to him. Because that's his belt, buddy.
Great job, Dr. Dan.
Dan, great job, my friend.
Thank you.
Look at that. Does
Oh,
it
way to go
How's
into
it
the
feel,
weekend.
buddy? How's it feel, buddy?
Comfortable. I feel at home. It feels at home.
Feeling some warm
Now, Lummy,
blanket.
I don't know if you. I don't
hot.
think you have the history of the belt past the losing of the show Bible. I think you only have. Although somebody did say that if you went back and listened to like an old show, you could probably at least go and get you could probably get the strap information from an old show.
I have gone back. It is so rare though to find because you have to know the exact date we went through the whole thing.
Right, number one. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So in just the modern day, Lummy started his new Trapper Keeper deal because Macho Man threw his old Trapper Keeper out because Lummy was doodling Macho Man and made him look too skinny, and made his calves.
He was drawing Danny.
He was Lummy was just doodling.
Yes.
And he doodled a little Macho Man, and the little Macho Man was kind of not to the thickness of Macho Man's liking, and so he threw the entire
bicep wasn't big enough.
Show Bible away, thinking it was just chicken scratch, and there was so much. Not a lot of shows would be able to recuperate from such a drastic hit. We took a starboard straight cannonball to the side of the
asteroid.
Yeah, to the side of the boat. Now we're in there trying to nail it all back together and all. I mean, we're still floating, but barely.
Yes, we are.
And we do have we've started a new Trapper Keeper, and you've implemented some systems so that you have a backup Trapper Keeper on as well. And so, in the history of the new era, what do you have the belt, the champions of the belt?
The New Testament belt holders are as followed.
That's right. This is the New Testament.
Yeah, the New Testament
All
belt
right.
holders are as
All
followed. Alex Stein.
Alex had it?
Yeah, when he got his Twitter back.
Okay. That's all right.
Lummy, Dr. Dan, Lummy, and Dr. Dan.
So both of you have had it twice.
Yes.
Look at that. Lummy, you had it for quite a while, did you not?
Since August 15th.
And he relinquished it to you.
Correct.
What was the high spot that got you the belt? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
Now, see, being that's one thing I'm going to require the current belt holder to know. So Dan, you need to know.
Bill O'Reilly interview.
Yeah, like so. Like,
I'll never forget.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And this is a hit town, and I'm a hit deputy doing a hit job in a hit jail.
Never losing it for that reason.
Dan, great job.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day. See you, Dan.
You have a better one.
Maybe see you tomorrow.
Oh, Bubba, we got Rob Elder said we can use the Sprinter on November 16th.
Okay, we just
How
got to
about
use this
the
driver.
18th?
Yeah, huh?
Do we use this driver?
Yes, probably.
It'll be low, Dan.
No problem at all.
You just got to pay low.
We'll do it. We'll pay low.
Just on the 16th.
What's pay low mean?
It's the
Low
18th.
is his driver is good. You've seen him.
I thought you meant pay low, as in we had to screw the driver over.
No, I pay high, dude. I don't pay low.
That's what I thought. Now what's the capacity of it? So you got one guy in the passenger side.
It's got 6.
It's got 8 to 10 easy.
6, 7, 8.
Okay.
Easy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Easy. All of us.
Okay.
All of us.
Perfect.
I did say the 18th.
Okay.
What's that?
I did say the 18th. Not the 16th.
right,
Yeah,
guys.
Saturday the 18th, and we'll just all meet here. We could all meet here.
Probably yes. Yes.
It'd be easier for that way.
That's fine.
Yeah.
A jury has found FTX.
Companies try all sorts of things to try to lure you in to buy their products. Maybe companies try all sorts of things to try to lure you in.
Good job, Uber.
Thank you, Anna.
Exactly. When was the worst lawyer? Morning, Big Red.
Good morning to the best friend.
Miami sounds good. It's a red wave.
Morning, everybody. Sorry I had to do a little bit of work there. Got a real day today.
Got a real day, as opposed to a fake one.
Well, like sometimes my wife will call me. She's like, "How's your day?" And I'm like, "It's just a day." It's like nice to have just a day sometimes. You know what I mean? Just a regular old day. Some days are super stressful. And
Today is on a level of 1 to 10 stressed.
oh, I'm not super stressed out.
Or
all
just
day.
like it significance.
It's a good day. I mean, it's an important. I mean,
It's
it's probably a 5-6. It's not like like a huge mediation or a huge hearing or anything like that. I just got to do some stuff at the office.
It's a
When it groups lips. Carla Morrison, how you doing? What up, Julio Joe? Dan's so much better when he's calm.
What's going on? Congratulations. There's no remorse and no regret associated with anything they do.
You are refreshingly vulgar.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I've become friends with this guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. Yeah, so you heard of Bubba. He's famous because his wife slept with Hulk Hogan and it got released. And he's like, Alex, I'm just a swinger. But he's still, there's more to it than that. Like,
Alex went whoa, he thinks that Bubba is a joke, betrays his friendship, throws him under the bus. Eats Oreos when he stays with Bubba and the merch crick, and we know he's just a wolf wearing sheepy looking clothes. He used to bond guys out of jail if they can't make bail. Now his head's getting fat, he's gonna do a boxing match. He never got with the hot chicks until his stupid tricks. Now doing cosplay cause he's desperate just to get you 2 clicks. So don't be played, watch out, Alex is searching for clout. Used car salesman type of hack, he turned odometers back. He bonded guys out of jail, does anything for the sale. But nonetheless I say Alex Stein keeps chopping out the sponge.
Dealing with a used car salesman because I'm 2024 and you're 1994.
29 years ago, Bubba ruled the radio while Alex played with pickup sticks. Now he's a simp on a blimp, and he just jobs out Bubba every single chance he gets, stealing the bits Bubba did back in 96. And now he's gone ahead and throws Bubba to the wind every chance that he gets. He just keeps stepping on his neck, and just like Manson, he just stands on bridges that Bubba built. And just like Spice, he'll stick a knife in Bubba's back, he's a shill. So don't be played, watch out, Alex is searching for clout. Prepaid got wise and got out. Alex has cats in his house, and we all know what they say. Guys who have cats are not straight, but nonetheless, second time Alex Stein keeps jobbing out the sponge.
Son of a bitch. I'm tired of it. Alex was supposed to be here last night at midnight. I woke up today at, I think 1:50. And I just knew, Lummy, that I was going to look at my Blink camera and see him, coming in, be in his little bedroom there with his little whatever, and nowhere to be found. I don't think his plane even leaves until right now. I think his plane leaves right now, right?
9:59. And then he sent me another text just 5-10 minutes ago. American actually canceled his flight at 4:51 this morning.
So it's good instinct.
Yeah, it's actually
go
good.
with Spirit.
Yep. Or he might not have even got out there.
Now, why I don't know that there's any weather issues from here to Dallas, are there?
Not that I know of.
So at this
Sounds
point,
a little suspect to me, folks.
Yeah, to me it sounds like we didn't sell enough tickets on this flight. And look at the right front brake rotor. Looks like it's a little warped here. We can't take off like that.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Do they do those sort of things? I mean, I got to think they do. I've been on a plane before. God, this was way back when I was living in Orlando and I was suing this Easy Communications with Wally Flam. Remember Dan? Jay, that I was telling about the Wally Flam?
Oh yeah.
Deposition deal. Is the secretary still at the front desk?
Yep.
And so I had to fly from Orlando up to Philly for the trial, and I took like an overnight. The trial, we won. I won.
You always win.
I won $46,000. That's what that was the remaining part of my contract, and that's what I won.
Which were doggy dollars, and it was a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
Which
it was.
Still, right now, I'd like that money, wouldn't you?
I like to have $46K right now.
Heck to the yes.
That was and all I owed Wally Flam. I don't know how you do this, Jay, but he somehow got it built into where they had to pay my legal fees. So the company, the Easy Communications, who's not even a radio company anymore, they had to scratch me a check for 46.
Nice.
I had to scratch off 10 to my agent. So, I'd give her $4,600, and then Wally got, like, as part of the verdict, them to pay his legal fees. Like
which is huge.
Yeah.
For a trial, it can be really, really probably more than $46,000.
Oh yeah. So the money goes to his account, his escrow account. So I was calling up this office every day saying, "Hey, when am I getting my check?" And they're like, "Listen, it takes like 10 days or so." I'm like, 10 days? I'm down here in Orlando and I'm trying to buy a new motorcycle and I need that money. They're like, "Mr. Clem, it's in our escrow account. We're going to go ahead. Our controller's going to cut you a check today. Would you like us to overnight it to me immediately?"
Did you negotiate the motorcycle deal by I just settled a case and
I
got money coming, like a proof of settlement?
So I go to the Yamaha dealer and I want this badass Yamaha VMAX, right? And I think it's like maybe $11,000 or something like that. And I'm telling the dude, I'm like, he goes, "Well, how you gonna pay for it?" I'm like, "Cash." He goes, "Okay,
you've got credit of $640. How do you have any cash?"
Yeah, I don't have any money at all with me. He's like, "You mean like cash?" I mean, well, I like a check. I'll write you a check. He's like, "Okay, so you don't need any financing?" I'm like, "Hell no, I don't need no financing." He goes like, "Okay, well, when do you want to write that check?" And I go, "Well, it's going to take a few. I mean, I'm waiting for it."
Hold on, let me make a call. Wally, I need my check tomorrow.
But Wally didn't take a dime of my money. They had to pay him. Wally
That's
Flam.
Awesome.
So, so I was flying, after I won, Jay, I booked first class to fly home, right?
Of course.
Please. And then first class, it was on Delta, and it was Philadelphia to Orlando, and it was a direct flight, but it was like 11:35 at night, and it was one of those big planes. You remember the big planes? You very rarely get a big plane anymore. You usually
first class back then too was a whole different experience.
Oh yeah. But so
you were catered to.
So listen to this. Remember back in the day, you could get on a plane where it had like 4 seats on the right, 6 seats in the middle,
right,
and like 4 seats to the left. Like it was a big ass plane.
They were like 747s or something. I
think they were
massive.
Just below 747s. 747s had an upstairs. These didn't have upstairs, but they were wide.
727, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but now, man, no matter where you fly, even if you fly to the West Coast, you're just gonna get that standard small 3 across that's all you're getting nowadays. Like I haven't been in a bigger plane than that.
With no room to recline, and if you do, you're getting a fight with the people behind you.
So I book a first class flight from Philadelphia to Orlando, talking about flights, Lummy. And it was on Delta. And I swear to God, I'm not kidding you, I was the only guy on the flight.
Whoa.
I was the only guy on the flight. And they had to get the airplane down there because they had an early morning Orlando to Portland, Oregon flight with that plane. Those planes they dispatch them all over. And so I paid for first class, and I would have gotten first class anyway because I was literally the only guy on. So I was up there, I was standing in the galley with the flight attendants just talking. We were just. I was just hanging out.
Is there any hot ones there?
Yeah, there were a couple hot ones.
Back then, that was a requirement.
Yeah, back then you had to be hot to be a flight attendant.
Not anymore.
Like for real.
Flight attendants were a status symbol.
Singapore Air still has that symbol, and in their magazines they have a history of how important the Singapore Air stewardess, and now they're stewards, who are handsome little guys that are just amazing. It's incredible. And the best service I've ever gotten in my entire life was Singapore
They're
Air.
handsome little guys.
They fit in the plane. They don't make them giant. But honestly, they don't I think they must be like a size requirement because they're all very similar height.
Compact.
Yeah, they're all very similar
They're very
height.
acrobatic.
They're not like doing, hand flips down the aisle before they serve you.
Well, here's the problem. You used to have to be affluent for 3 things. You used to have to be affluent to fly.
Yes.
You used to have to be affluent to have a cell phone, right?
True.
I mean, right? And then there was one other that I think I used to say, I can't quite remember now. But now it's all, like flying is just a big cattle call.
Maybe a cruise.
Yeah, maybe that. But flying is just a big cattle call. A cell phone ain't nothing, but honest to God, you can literally get a cell phone for $19 a month. Literally.
Well, they give free iPhones away to people without credit by just signing up for a contract. I mean, that's how everyone has iPhones. The nicest one is $1,700.
Is that what the new iPhone 15s are?
Yeah, I looked at my credit card bill last night.
The iPhone 15's out?
You went and got one?
My wife had a 10. She had like a 5-year-old phone, and it would stop.
Rhett's got, honest to God, I'm not kidding you, Rhett's got an iPhone too. I swear to God he does.
After a while, though, right? They give you this software that doesn't charge. It started losing the charge.
They eventually will get you out of the old phone game. Yeah, they will eventually. The company will eventually make the software so that it's not compliant with your working system, and eventually, even if they'll get you out of your phone.
Yeah, so hers became useless. Like literally, it held charge. When you charge it at full charge, it would show like 60%.
My old one.
And then the next couple of updates you do on the software updates, all of a sudden it doesn't start working anymore.
Yep.
And so eventually,
charge.
It's just terrible. So
I think
I got a 12. I think mine's a 12.
I think I got a 13, maybe.
I got a 13.
12.
Right
I have a 12 too.
But Mama back at the house got a 17, doesn't she?
But this
or
will be
15.
This will be good for another 5-6 years though.
Right.
She was resisting to. I've been trying to get her one for years.
Now, out of all of you, including wives, Diaco brothers and wives, who is the techie, the most techie? And who is who is the least techie?
My wife is probably the most techie in the sense of you asked her to find something online, she could find it in a moment. You remember she found the MJ Bubba thing.
Yes.
Burger King thing. The night before the closing argument.
Yeah, but
cross-examination. So she's the best, I would say, at PI online research
But
stuff.
not that. What about who's the Diaco that usually has to have the latest phone and, is up to speed on that? And who's the one that could care less?
None of them really care.
Steve doesn't care, does he?
No, he doesn't care.
His is in the freezer half the time.
Exactly. And none of them really care.
Yeah, I don't really care. Like some people have to literally get. I mean, isn't it like the Apple? Isn't it a lot of people they have to get the newest one?
The marketing scheme they have is so brilliant because they tease it 60 days out. They do this little big reveal. And the last one, all they did is made a titanium band around it. It's not really much different. So somehow the kids are freaking out, pre-ordering them. It's just unbelievable.
I've never turned in any of my phones. I got probably 5 old phones, Lummy, that probably has some unbelievable content on it.
Sure those will be worth something one day. If you still have the original Apple computer, those things are worth $15,000.
What's worth some of the stuff I got on it?
Some of the content on it.
Jay, I don't know that Diaco Law is going to necessarily adopt this marketing ploy, but man, I could see where it could get you a ton of heat, but boy, do I like it. Do I like it a lot. And no disrespect, Richard Fabrizi. Of course, if I need a roof, when my mom needed a roof, when my sister needed a roof, when Tom Bean needed a roof, always Handyman Roofing. Always. I think Richard might have done something for Dan. I don't know. Anyway, Handyman Roofing, Fabrizi's one of my, I'm as close to Richard as I am with the Diacos, and Jimmy. That's my little rat pack. And there's this roofing company, I think, Lummy, out of Sarasota.
Oh yeah,
and they're
out
on
there. Yeah,
Bradenton, and
Sarasota.
here's what they're doing, and it's brilliant.
Companies try all sorts of things to try to lure you in to buy their products, maybe offering you a hat or even a hoodie. But one roofing company in Cape Coral is kicking it up this Thanksgiving.
Cape Coral. Okay,
I saw this.
Sorry.
Cape Coral. My bad.
You a turkey and an AR-15. For the turkey.
Is this the best or what? So here we go.
All sitting at the table so you can spend time together. The roof will protect your home, and the AR-15 will protect your family.
It's a package deal that Jason Pauley thought couldn't be any better for his company to offer this Thanksgiving. But Roof Easy can't take all of the credit.
I actually saw this idea. A company did it in Alabama. I figured, hey, we're in Florida. This is the most Florida thing you can do. Let's do it.
But of all the things they could have thrown in to make the deal stand out,
You want to tickle my fancy? Give me a $20,000 boat for my $20,000 roof.
why did they choose
Okay. Smart ass.
an assault rifle?
The world's a crazy place right now, and
Now, technically, is an AR-15 an assault rifle? I think
no, not
technically
really.
it's not.
It's a
If they can get a roof
semi-automatic
and an
rifle
AR-15.
Right.
that looks like
And like
An
they
assault
they want to make it
AR
like the
doesn't
Define
media.
assault rifle.
AR doesn't stand for assault rifle. It stands for the name of the
Aerial,
for
yeah.
protection on both ends, you know.
But the media loves to deem an AR an assault rifle. It's not. It's not.
Let's find out the definition of assault.
Is it enough to convince
Yeah,
some
let's-
Floridians to
All
hire
right, let's
him?
hey Alexa, what's the definition of an assault rifle?
An assault rifle is a type of firearm designed for military use. It is capable of both automatic and semi-automatic
That's it.
firing and typically uses an intermediate power cartridge.
That's a huge distinction.
Yeah, rapid fire.
So Armalite rifle, AR, are guns that are semi-automatic rifles that you have to individually shoot the trigger every single time you deploy a round.
Right.
And so
You can only
as soon as
shoot
that
it.
says you can
You can only shoot it as fast as you can pull the trigger.
right. And once it becomes an automatic, that right there is what's illegal.
Right.
You cannot have an automatic
and
rifle.
that is assault rifles are for military or government use. Only. Unless there are some people that get these doc stamps and things like that, and you register through the ATF. It's a very extensive deal.
Did they change the definition of assault rifle?
Of course they have
She
in the
just
last
said it
few
was
years.
automatic or semi-automatic, but if you look online, it just says it's a magazine-fed automatic rifle designed for infantry use.
I was going to say if you
Are they moving the goalpost?
Yeah,
to put in
that's
assault
Amazon's.
Right.
That's Alexa's definition.
Anna, I think they are moving it to
They did the
benefit
same thing with when
to
you looked
benefit
at
them.
immunization,
Right.
vaccine. same
Exactly.
thing.
Right, hold on.
And the definition of
Depends
woman.
on who you ask.
Yeah, very good.
What does it say now?
You think it's a
I
good
think it may have
promo,
someone identifies. Pretty sure they changed it last year.
Hold on.
or what are your thoughts on it?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Everybody should have one. That's all right.
Now, Jason and his roofers aren't going to have a cooler full of frozen turkeys in a small armory in the back of their trucks. If you went in on the deal, you have to go through the same steps as if you were buying a gun on your own. Local arms dealer Shoot Center in Cape Coral is their supplier.
You got to get a background check. You can't have any felonies. And once you pass your background check, you can pick it up in 3 days.
I mean, I wouldn't have my roof done just for that.
What if you're like Buddy and just simply don't want the gun?
So that's their own preference. If they don't want the AR-15, we'll give them $500 off the roof.
That's how much the AR-15 is worth.
That's
Still
it.
think this is all just a marketing ploy? Well, you're right, but it's already working.
We've already got 5 to 8 customers ready to go November 1st.
Reporting local tonight in Northeast Cape Coral, Gage Golding, NBC2.
And they're advertising everywhere. I was listening to Wild 94.1 yesterday, and they were on talking about it.
You listen to my, you listen to my girlfriend?
8 guns for
Mer-
$500.
Oh, no, it's in the morning.
Meredith.
She's on when we're on. I was listening to Babs.
God, she looks so good.
So $4,000 investment for 8 roofs. It's a pretty good investment.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good return on your deal. Hey, Alexa, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult female human who can get pregnant and have children from puberty until menopause. Prior to adulthood, she is referred to as a girl.
That works for me.
Wow, that's a perfect one. Give that,
That
to
works.
the Supreme Court Justice.
That works for me.
Wow.
Why can't we live that life? Why can't we live by those standards? Right?
That's a good definition right there.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa, what is a man?
Here is what I found. As a noun, man is usually defined as an adult male person, as distinguished from a boy or a woman. As a verb, man is usually defined as to furnish with men, as for service or defense. As an interjection, man is usually defined as an expression of surprise, enthusiasm, dismay, or other strong feeling. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for man.
Oh, man.
No, thank you. No, thank you on that.
That definition was a little weaker.
Yeah, that was a little weaker. Hey, Alexa, what's the definition of a snowflake?
A snowflake is a tiny, feathery mass of snow that falls from the sky. It can also refer to a person who is excessively sensitive and believes they are unique.
There you go. Hey,
I'll adopt that.
Alexa is starting to kind of maybe she's coming around a little bit.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
The audio torture never stops. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That may be the cheapest AR ever. $500, I wouldn't want to shoot that. I think I see a jam in my future.
Did you jam it up?
A good one costs at a minimum $1,500, $1,000, Bubba?
No, they as many as he's buying, he's probably getting them from the manufacturer at $500.
Yeah, Nick, the gun guy, said hard costs on those rifles are about $415.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So he's still making $85.
I mean, it's brilliant.
Nick would know.
Strong.
Smith & Wesson's a good gun. Always a good go-to.
You know, Jay, now that you said that.
Said what?
I found that because I got a 10.
Oh yeah? What's your max charge? Because mine is like only about 89 right now. And
mine says 100, but by the time I walk out of the house after about 5 minutes, it's down to like 84.
Yes.
I have 2 updates.
Do you know how you check it in the battery status where it says what it does maximum?
Well, Ashley's been trying to tell me to get one for a while.
Go to battery charge and
87%.
What's yours at right now?
Mine's 65.
Mine's 70.
So I put mine on the low. I just put mine on the low power mode.
Yeah, mine when it's at max is only 82% charged. That's if you look at battery capacity, health and charging. That's where mine is. So even when mine's at 100, it starts at 82.
Really?
Yeah. There's a little setting in there.
Well, have you done all your updates?
Yeah.
I haven't done my last 2 updates because I'm scared that's what it's going to do.
That's what they do.
My 10.
Well, no, I haven't done one. I'm missing one right now.
Yeah, I'm missing 2.
I don't know how many I'm missing.
I try to miss them as much as possible.
I was trying to avoid getting a new one. Now that I have the oldest phone here, I might need to get one. Red has a better phone than me. I'm still with 2.
Red's got an iPhone too.
He used to. He said now he's got like a 14 or 15. 14 maybe. I thought he had a 2 too. Fish on Jay. What's up, Damn Boy? Who's that? Is that Bubba my mom? Kenny Powers? Check me off. Morning, Camper Scott. Great, oh, my mom. Thank you. Morning, Danielle. Eat more coleslaw. Good morning. That's nice kicks for guns. Mike, Uncle Eric. Randy. What's up, Iggy? Kill Dog. Airtight Ski Ball.
Wonder what the liability would be if you gave a gun to somebody and their kid took the gun and shot up a school. You know what I'm saying? I'd be afraid to like give someone a big AR or just some guy because of the roof.
Right.
They probably have them sign. I bet you they have them sign
Yeah,
some sort of
there's gotta be some.
making them go through the background check and everything, but it just seems like it's like.
Well, one would think that a background check,
mentality.
the background check would cover your ass because that's the regulations that the state uses.
Yeah.
So one would think that that would probably be good enough for, you know.
Time to draw the line. Welcome to new levels of insanity and depravity.
Yeah, we're talking about
Bubba the Love Sponge.
The after show will be Anna and Kevin Hazlett.
Yep.
That'll be 10:20 sharp. Tomorrow, it looks like me, I don't know who's all going, but I know that I'm going with Rob Kahn and the Merch Crick. And that is to the Alex Stein fight at the factory.
Yes.
Has he ever been punched in the face?
No.
Do you know?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Because that's a rude awakening for someone that's never been punched in the face.
The reason why I won when that fight that your family put on with the Buccaneers and we were raising money for books for inner city kids. And I was the undercard of, I think, a China Smith fight, I think.
Yep.
And you were the ring announcer. And Danny was the cut guy. And I think Steve was the Don King
promoter.
The Don King promoter.
Yep. And Dad was the ring doctor.
And yes, was exactly.
What year was that?
We did it from
probably 99.
Probably 98 through probably 2005. We did it for about 7 years.
So I was one of the, we did a celebrity boxing match with me versus a guy named Dave McKay. And Dave was a pretty big guy.
He was
taller than me, little, not as heavy as me, but taller than me. And he was dating a television news anchor for Channel 10 that worked with Reggie named Susan. I'm sorry, Suzalenko. And I was very critical of her on the air. So that's what caused me and Dave's heat. Is I used to call her Suzalenkosaurus and all this kind of nonsense. Well, they lined up this boxing match between me and Dave McKay. And the reason why I won, because Dave and I became friends afterwards, and we talked about how he trained. And the reason why I won is because the last 3 weeks of my training, Breezy would go, we went down to Fort, I think we trained with Winky Wright's guy.
You did?
Yeah.
You did.
Dan.
The real pro trainer.
He's like a legendary trainer. His name's Dan. And Winky, he had, Winky Wright and maybe Jeff Left Hook Lacey.
Yeah.
That
was those days.
This guy was like the guy, and he trained me. And so, he's just got me, basically learning how to jab and keep your guard up. And then if you can get a right in, do so, but just keep that irritating left jab. Just keep the jab going, and rope dope a little bit. Let him punch himself out. So we're training, and I'm just hitting the bag, and I got a guy in there that I'm just kind of sparring with, but it's really not, full nothing. And then comes 3 weeks out, and Dan goes, no headgear. smaller gloves. Now we boxed with 16-ounce, these big 16-ounce pillows with headgear is what the Diacos put us in, for the match. But as I'm training, Dan, the last 3 weeks, Dan takes me down to 12-ounce gloves with no headgear, and I got to start we're doing, 3-minute rounds. When I was fighting, it was only 2 minutes. But we were training, we were doing 3-minute rounds. And for the first 30 seconds, I had to stand there with my hands at my waist and let the guy, half to 3/4 speed my face.
Mm-hmm.
And so, literally, sit there and let him, get a couple good ones in on you. And then you'd go and box, and then the last 30 seconds, you'd have to stand there and let a couple good ones get on you, to the point where you'd see stars, and I would be like, Dan, why are we doing? He's like, listen, because the first time that you get hit, you get caught, the first time that Dave McKay actually gets a good one in on you, and he's gonna get a couple on you
in every fight,
right? I mean, the first time he gets a good one, you will have known what that feels like.
Yeah.
And it won't be such a big deal. And so...
Because it stuns you the first time.
It does.
Your body's not accustomed to it.
What does Mike Tyson say? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Right.
Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
That's how he said it.
And you call me an N-word, and I kill you, and I beat your children's hearts.
That's my pigeon.
My pigeons. My kids, I'm going to eat your heart. I'm going to eat your children's hearts.
I know he said that.
Remember he said that during a press conference. I hate Evander Holyfield. I even hate his children. I'm going to eat their hearts out if I can. He was so great.
He's like, praise Allah.
So,
praise Allah.
So afterwards, I beat him. I beat him handedly, to the point where in the second round, he actually turned his back to me, which is, I think, is a way of quitting. It's
a big no-no.
Right, but they didn't quit him. So I peppered him in the first, I peppered him in the second, and then in the third, my guys were like, listen, man, there is no way. You have won every round. All you got to do is not get knocked out. So just put your hands up. So he wailed on me on the third, and there was this big controversy. No, I won the first two handedly. But so later on down, 3-4 years on down the road, I ended up working for Beasley. And Dave worked for them as well for QIK. And we were reminiscing. I was actually over at Beasley, and we were reminiscing about the fight. I go, Dave, when you trained, man, did you ever did your guy ever make you put your hands down and they just blast you in the face 3 or 4 times? And he's like, no, never.
See?
I go, so you never took he goes, no, I mean, we sparred a little bit. A guy would get one, but we had headgear on and everything. And listen, getting caught with no headgear, that headgear really, a headgear with a 16-ounce glove really takes a lot of the absorption.
Right. People don't realize with the 12-ounce glove that the person who's swinging the punch can punch much harder and there's less cushion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like his knucks are hitting you.
Right.
And so, I don't know if Alex has done that. Now, if Alex has done and he's taken some real shots so that when he gets his noodle wrung for the first time tomorrow night, which will happen.
Every fighter gets wrung.
He will know, okay, I've been through this. I don't need to freak out. I'm a little, whatever, it got me, but I can regain it. You cannot come back from a really bad hit if you've not taken one in practice. You will get knocked the out.
Your brain shuts down. There's an electric shock. If you get hit on the button, when you see people get hit right in the temple or right in the chin and you see them go down and their body's there's a neurological reaction. There's a button, literally. You get hit in the button, you're done.
Yeah. So, Lummy, you're going.
Yes.
I'm going. Rob Kahn's going. And the Crick is going on my side of the deal. Anna, I think we'll meet you over there.
Yes.
So we'll coordinate all that. Alex, of course, was supposed to be at my house last night, missed his plane, or it canceled, or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised that he doesn't make it at all. For real. I wouldn't be surprised if he misses the whole damn thing because he knows it's such a job fest.
You think so?
Yeah. I wouldn't. I think he's posturing to be a no-show.
No.
I'm telling you.
I think he'll show up.
I think he's posturing to be a no-show. He's probably at the gate right now, is he not?
Yeah, no, he's probably on the plane ready to take off. It's 9:59 is his flight. I think Rhett's going to the fight, too.
Great. Love to have him. Mach is invited as well, everybody. Oh, Mach is going to be at the EDM all blowed up on ketamine. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think it's this weekend.
Oh, okay, whatever. Whatever weekend it is, he will be on ketamine.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 2.
Right to the voicemail, which means he might be on in flight.
7.
It's an airplane mode.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, it's Bubba, and I'm live, and I'm just speculating as to whether you're even going to show up for this deal. Seems a little fishy. Missed my flight, canceled the flight, this and that and that.
No text,
no nothing. I'm thinking that this is such a job fest, and this is beneath your brand that you're going to no-show. I would. In fact, that's what I'm recommending.
Actually, he's not on his flight yet. I forgot it's Central Time there.
Yeah. So, Alex, if you hear this, man, just say that, your dad got COVID. That's all I got to do. I got a couple. You know what? I got a couple. Hey, listen, I can send you a couple of my COVID positive sticks, okay, that I have from when I got COVID 2 weeks ago.
You can send him the picture so you can post it.
Yeah,
too?
Exactly.
Same one.
Just say my dad's got COVID. He's elderly. I got 8 cats. And because this thing is so far, but you are way too big of a star to be fighting at some 300-seat venue, nightclub, chuckle hut on the side. Come on, Alex, just cancel. Cancel, buddy, cancel.
You're a superstar.
Don't be a job. This is jobbing you out. You're on Glenn Beck's The Blaze Network. You don't need to be fighting at 250-seat venues. This is way beneath you, buddy. Do the right thing. Don't show up.
If you are satisfied with your message, press 1. To listen to your message, press 2. To erase message review.
Hey, it's Bubba, and I'm live, and I'm just speculating as to whether you're even going to show up for this deal. Seems a little fishy. Missed my flight, canceled the flight, this and that and that. No text, no nothing. I'm thinking that this is such a job fest, and this is beneath your brand that you're going to no-show. I would. In fact, that's what I'm recommending.
Actually, he's not on his flight yet. I forgot it's Central Time there.
Yeah. So, Alex, if you hear this, man, just say that, your dad got COVID. That's all I got to do. I got a couple. You know what? I got a couple. Hey, listen, I can send you a couple of my COVID positive sticks, okay? That I have from when I got COVID 2 weeks ago.
You can send him the picture so you can post it.
Yeah,
too?
Exactly.
Same one.
Just say my dad's got COVID. He's elderly. I got 8 cats. And because this thing is so far, but you are way too big of a star to be fighting at some 300-seat venue, nightclub, chuckle hut on the side. Come on, Alex, just cancel. Cancel, buddy, cancel.
You're a superstar.
Don't be a job. This is jobbing you out. You're on Glenn Beck's The Blaze Network. You don't need to be fighting at 250-seat venues. This is way beneath you, buddy. Do the right thing. Don't show up.
If you are satisfied with your message, press 1. To send your message with normal delivery, press 1. Thank you. Your message has been sent. Goodbye.
Jay's on to an important something. He's all suited up. Anna's got Monday. Kevin here in a few.
Yep.
And Lummy, I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
For the Alex, if he shows, Lummy, do you think there's a chance he does what I suggested?
Oh yeah, there's a chance he misses his flight again.
Exactly. Everybody have a great weekend. Jay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello.